and hopefully you all get some information out of it. So, speaking of information, I went ahead and prepared like a couple of notes. I pulled up like a window capture for my notepad and stuff like that. So the first thing I usually do before I start any rando is I get a notepad generated. So let me go ahead and pull up the notepad and I'll expand it a bit. Yo, Rex, how's it going, man? Glad you could join. I'm just going through like a slow, laid back, step-by-step rando, because I've had some people ask me questions recently about like what kind of tricks I do or what kind of routing decisions I make while I play a rando. So I figured I'd go ahead and like do one slow so that people could like actually take the time to pick my brain while I'm not in a race or like doing anything like super fast. But yeah, the first bit of information is this bad boy here. You probably can't see my cursor, but this is a notepad that I usually have set up for whenever I start doing like races or just randomizer seeds and stuff. And this can kind of be set up to mimic whatever I need it to be. So for example, I have a lot of different like templates set up. I have one for co-op that kind of looks like this, so with co-op hints, there's not really any way the hero or foolish hints, it's just like full clear everything. And then I have like a list of all the different checks that I would find in a dungeon, so I can mark down like what's useless and like what someone doesn't have to go for. I saw the end of that race, it was something else. Yeah, the race was like the race that I had on Sunday was really fun. That was my first time like racing against people at the same time, like in a format where I was getting restreamed. I did enjoy it quite a bit. And then yesterday I did an async race. Quite a few people have finished that one. But that was also a pretty fun one too. Like async races, personally for me, are probably some of my favorite because there's how to explain it? There's not a big commitment to them. It's basically just here's the scene, play it whenever you get the chance this week. It's not like, hey, you gotta meet up at X and X time and be ready and do all this stuff. What is async? I see that in the rando discords and AP discord. So this difference between like a normal race seed and an async race seed is with like a normal race seed, like say you and 3 of your buddies, say like you, Zeldaholic, and Arts, all decide to do a race. With a normal race seed, all 3 of you would start at the same time, and then like whoever finishes first is the winner basically. With an async race, say I roll a race seed for the 3 of you to play. So I give all 3 of you the link for the seed, and there's no spoilers or anything like that. And I basically say, hey, you have from now until next week. Figure out a day, whichever day you want to do, whenever you get the time to play through the seed. And then whenever you get finished with it, there'll be like a Discord channel where you could post the time and post like any discussions you had with the seed. But essentially the 3 of you are still playing the same seed. It's just you're not really playing it together. It's just whenever you get finished with it, you post your time and then talk about it. So in that sense, there's not nearly as much commitment with an async as there is with like a normal race seed. But yeah, the notes. Let me go back to my other notes real quick, because that's going to be the format that I'm playing through today. So usually what I have with this is goals, or you could even call these way of the hero hints. Because there's different kinds of hints that you can have, but usually you're going to find one of these two. So with the scrub settings, which is what I'm usually playing, like if I'm playing a seed by myself, or if I'm playing like a Season 5 tournament seed, there's usually 5 different way of the hints. So like, there's a bunch of different gossip stones throughout the world, and sometimes those gossip stones will have duplicate hints. So you'll have 5 unique Way of the Heroes, you'll have 3 unique Foolish Hints, and then there's some always hints. So they're hints that are always going to point to a specific check in the game, because one, it's either tedious or it's really out of the way. So for scrubs, usually those are Skull Mask check, Big Ren check, Frogs 2, which requires all of your child songs, 30, 40, 50 skull rewards, and the song from Ocarina of Time. There are some dead checks in scrubs. I want to say they are Mask of Truth, 1500 horseback archery, and then I want to say 40 and 50 are just dead in scrubs anyways. So I usually just write those down. I usually have a spot for my child spawn and my adult spawn, because those will always be randomized in these settings. And then every once in a while, if I need to do frogs too, I have this little sequence down here that I can look at and play through. You can find that in the Ocarina of Time wiki. Oh, he who came down here. But yeah, that's kind of it for the notepad. It's just basically something I can like type something in quick as I'm finding information. So speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the next bit of notes I have. So they're dead on every time. Indeed, it is He-Hoo. He's going out for a test. Bye-bye, He-Hoo. Be careful. Yeah, so depending on the settings you play, there will be certain checks that are just dead no matter what. You never have to do them. And with scrub settings, 1500 score on horseback archery and Mask of Truth are always dead. Reason being is 1500 is kind of execution heavy, and sometimes people don't set up their controllers for emulation, so it can be really it can be really bad whenever somebody finds out they have to do a 1500 check and they just GG the whole thing because the controller's not set up. It takes practice to get that check down. Mask of Truth. The reason why that's dead is because Mask of Truth requires you to beat all stone dungeons, just like the Ocarina of Time check, except there's not a song tied behind the Mask of Truth check. It's literally just one random check. So you would have to sit there and go through the entire mask quest, and the guy that runs around Hyrule Field to give the bunny hood to doesn't pop up until you have all 3 stones. Got alert, need to run errands, be back later. Alright, Rets, no problem, man. I'll like I said, I'll be doing this for a while today. But yeah, this goes into my next topic, and this is more like priorities or goals that you should have whenever you're playing a randomizer. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the text. I'm going to start this out with early game goals, and I'll expand it just a bit so you can see it. If I need to like change the color or change the font, feel free to let me know. But yeah, basically how this works is for the early game, your priorities should be get songs as soon as you can. Check your hints. Now if they're like gossip stones that are really far out of the way, like the back end of Lake Hylia, I usually don't do those myself, but stuff like the gossip stones right in front of Temple of Time, or the gossip stones in Lost Woods, Sacred Forest Meadow, Kikiri Forest, stuff like that, check them. Like, keep checking those hints until your notepad or whatever you're using for information is almost full or completely full. Because like I said before, you will have 5 Way of the Heroes that are unique, 3 Foolish that are unique, and those hints will also give you information on those always checks. And then, like, the bottom of that priority list, you have check your Way of the Heroes once you start getting it, because those are tied to your information in your songs. And then dip your dungeons. That's lower on the priority list for early game, because your Way of the Heroes are usually going to have your items to dip into those dungeons. The exception to that would be if you have access to Deku Tree early. Deku Tree, dip as soon as you can. Even if it's a stone. I'll go ahead and say that right now. Unless you find a hint that says Deku Tree is foolish, just go ahead and assume that Deku Tree is going to have an important item, because more often than not, it's very low on the sphere list. The Dongos Cavern is another one that I would say to dip early too, because it doesn't have nearly as many requirements to get into the dungeon as some of the later ones, like Shadow and Spirit. It has a lot of checks that you can get into fairly fast, especially if you have stuff like Scrub Sandy or Skull Sandy on. And generally, it's just a fast dungeon to complete. So if like you have a Medallion, the Dongos Cavern, and a Medallion Deku, and you get those knocked out, and you're fortunate enough to start with a Medallion start, you could have 3 of your Medallions in less than an hour. And then all you have to do is focus on the last 3. But yeah, we'll go ahead and hide that text real quick. I'll bring it up from time to time, but let's go ahead and get a file set up. And on the basis of information, I'll kind of go over my thought process here on the file select. So usually what I do here before I even start, I'm looking at this screen. So let me actually take RetroArch here. Because I can set it to where my cursor isn't hurt. Ah, here we go. Capture cursor. Will that capture my cursor? Nope, it's not. Let's try it again. Huh, it just doesn't want to capture my cursor. Okay. Alright. Properties. Capture cursor, done. Was there just something else I was using for that? I guess not. Oh well. Anyhow. Yeah. I'm just gonna basically kind of go over bits and pieces on this. So, what I'm looking at now is like what medallion I start off with, or what stone I start off with. In this case, I start off with the Shadow Medallion. So I'm gonna just go ahead and update my tracker for this. Yes, there is a lot to keep in mind for early game, but what I feel like is if you have a process to like dissect the early game information, and set it up in a way to where you can like either look at it at a glance or at least memorize it, you set yourself up so much better for mid and late game. So with scrub settings, you start with Ocarina, Lens, and consumables. Skip Child Zelda is a setting that's turned on with scrubs, so not only do you get Zelda's letter, you also get a free song, and this free song can be random. In our case, we started with the Song of Time. And then we also get a Deku Shield. And as I'm going through it, I'll kind of go over like a priority list for songs, because that's, like I said, that's usually the first thing that you want to go for whenever you're getting, whenever you're looking for progression in your seed. So we'll go ahead and get this started. We'll find out where we start. I have my notepad set up here. So my child spawn is in market. That's not a bad child spawn, actually. So let's go ahead and pull up our notepad. So what I usually do here is in the section where I have child spawn, I'm just going to put in Temple of Time. It doesn't have to be super long. It doesn't have to be like very descriptive. Anything that can like make you remember, oh hey, I spawned here in Temple of Time. It should work well enough. So let me go ahead and minimize that. And we're right in front of 4 Gossip Stones. So let's go check them real quick. They say that a school of stingers swallowed by Jabu Jabu guard a piece of heart. So as you play more randomizers, you'll be able to decipher these hints faster. Like there's vague hints and then there's clear hints. The scrub standard settings always use like clear hints. So what they're talking about here is a school of stingers swallowed by Jabu Jabu. This is always talking about the boomerang chest, or the chest that you would find boomerang in vanilla in Jabu Jabu. So what it's saying here is we're going to find a piece of heart. Now if I pull up my notepad again, I have a list of dead checks. So now I can put in ring chest. Boom. So now I have that at a glance. And the way I have this set up is, like, you can't see my other monitor. Actually, here, let me do this. So, there's my randomizer. There's my tracker. There's my notepad up there. So I always have that notepad, like, off to the side so that whenever I get information like that, I can just kind of, like, move over to the notepad, put that information in, and it's there at a glance. Alright, second hint. Skull Mass shields a recovery heart. So, we actually have a spot for Skull Mass. I just put down a D for dead. That way I don't have to type the whole thing out, and I can just kind of go on my way. Very practical. That's what I try to do with these, is I try to make it as practical as possible. I'm also going to turn this down a little bit, because that horse neigh is loud. Here's a good one. Death Mountain Crater is on Way of the Hero. So let's pull up that notepad again. We're going to stroll up to our goals Way of the Hero. And I'm going to put down for number 1, DMC for Death Mountain Crater. I usually put a little space afterwards, like a hyphen or colon, whatever you want to do. And I leave that space for whatever item I find inside Death Mountain Crater. And this is how I take care of my notes. I always want to know what item I found in those Way of the Hero locations, so then I can then take that information and kind of go, alright, I found Hookshot inside Death Mountain Crater. What's Hookshot going to unlock for me? It could be Forest Temple, it could be Water Temple, it could be something more convoluted, like that's part of the long shot that I'm supposed to take to logically get across Gerudo Valley later on. It could be any number of things. But for now, the only information we have is that Death Mountain Crater is absolutely a location that we have to go to beat the game. Alright, next check. Like I said, duplicates. Sometimes Skull Mass shields a recovery heart. So, and while we're here, let's go to Temple of Time. Let's find out where our child dungeons are. So, from here, you have a couple of different options as far as routing. You could stay as child, check stuff at market, grab songs in Lon Lon Ranch, and eventually grab the song at Serious Song Check. Or you could go adult, do Kakariko as an adult, get the song at the windmill, and then kind of go from there. In my case, what I'm thinking of doing is actually sticking with the child route. And the reason for this is because of my save warp. My save warp actually puts me right outside of Temple of Time, which makes it very convenient as child to return to adult. So say if I'm like in the back reaches of Goron City, or way out in the forest, or down in Lake Hylia or something like that, and I want to become an adult fast, with this seed, I can just save warp, and then boom, I'm immediately at Temple of Time. So let's check our spiritual stones. So Spirit Temple is a stone. Shadow Temple is a stone. Jabu is a stone. Okay. So this kind of lineup for stones, honestly, I like that lineup. Spirit and Shadow, yes, they do have a lot of checks inside of them, but they're also they also require a lot of items to get into. Now, there's an argument for like what kind of dungeons are most important to knock out, as far as like how far away they are as opposed to how many checks they have inside of them. I would put Shadow and Spirit as two of the dungeons that are probably the most volatile in that list of how important they are. So if Spirit and Shadow are medallions, they become some of your most important items, or most important dungeons to check, if you get the items early enough to go in there and dip them. Jabu, on the meanwhile, is like bottom tier, along with Water Temple. I would put, like, in this context, I would put Fire Temple, Jabu, and Water Temple as the bottom 3 of the main dungeons, regardless if they're stone or medallion. The reason for it... Oh, Angel, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So, the reason why I would put those 3 at like the bottom tier of dungeons to check is because in Fire and Water Temple's case, there are times where you might be able to find the boss key really early and be able to beat Volvagia and beat Morpho super fast. But compared to other dungeons that you might dip into, they either have very few checks or almost no checks that you can do. In Water Temple's case, if you throw in like the compass and the dungeon map, it has like 2 checks that won't be keys or boss keys. Same with Jabu. Jabu doesn't have a boss key, but Jabu is so far out of the way and requires quite a bit just to get into Jabu's belly and complete it, that whenever you're comparing that to like the number of checks that are inside of Jabu, it's almost never a good call to go to Jabu early. So having these as your stones, personally, if I was running this seed, I'd be pretty happy right now. So let's go back to market. So as I said before, the goal here is to get songs, check your hints, check your way of the heroes, dip your dungeons. So what I want to do is I want to try to route my way to those songs. So what I'm going to do first is while I'm in market, we'll probably get a few things out of the way. So like we'll do shooting gallery. I'm probably going to go ahead and collect some skulls. So let's go ahead and do that. So skulls, that's one thing I haven't really brought up at all so far. Practical even if Way of the Hero. So that's where that priority list comes in for Way of the Hero. So you want to get your songs, you want to check your hints. Now, if the hints are saying a location is Way of the Hero, and you have access to that Way of the Hero location, doesn't matter what it is, go do it. Even if it is Jabu, even if it's Spirit, even if it's Shadow, if you have the gear to get into that location, be it overworld or dungeon, and it's Way of the Hero, like clear whatever you're doing in this location, but then drop everything else and go straight for that Way of the Hero. If you can, it's perfectly fine to like grab a couple of checks on your way to that Way of the Hero location, because I'll usually do that too. Otherwise, that should be like your main priority. So here's another useful hint. Lost Woods is a foolish choice, and this is a good one to find early if you can. Because Lost Woods as a child has a lot of checks to it. It can take a little bit of time to scrub through them all. And most importantly, if you didn't have that Skull Mask hint yet, that said it was like a piece of heart or something, if you find a Lost Woods is foolish hint, Skull Mask is automatically dead. Along with Skull Kid. that's a check I usually forget myself. So what we'll do is mark it here real quick. Usually I would check the shooting gallery like as soon as possible, but because my save warp is so close to it, I'm actually gonna skip it. I feel like it would be slower for me to farm the rubies, turn around, and come back for that check, as opposed to just grab the money and then head straight out to Lon Lon Ranch, because Lon Lon Ranch is gonna have a song. But on my way out there, I'm gonna go ahead and collect another skull. So we're at 2. So, yeah, what I was saying with skulls earlier. So, you want to try your best to collect a decent amount of skulls in the early game. It doesn't have to be a whole lot. You don't have to go out of your way to collect a bunch of skulls, but try to figure out a route for skulls that you want to grab early on. Try to stick to that route. Now, it's going to change depending on what your spawn location and stuff is, but the locations that you're generally going to check in the early game aren't going to change that much. It's going to be like Child Market, Kikiri Forest, Adult Kakariko, things like that. If you can find a way to farm skulls from those areas, it's better to do that early on than to try to like go on a scavenger hunt throughout the entire game, like in mid to late. If Lost Woods is foolish, do you still check the hints? If my routing takes me through Lost Woods, yes. So in this case, this Child's Sacred Forest Meadow is still a location I'm going to go to for the song. So I will grab, like, I might not grab the hint that's all the way in the back near that shrub, but I will check some of the other hints that are in there, like the 3 gossip stones that are in Sacred Forest Meadow. So while we're here in Lon Lon, we'll go ahead and get the chicken guy. Usually what I do here is I kind of like pan the camera at an angle so I can see where 2 of the chickens land, and I just try to keep an eye on both of them so that whenever I go to pick them up, there's 2 of them immediately out of the way. The third one usually lands by the door, and that's Chicken's game. But hey, Shadow, how you going, man? We got a Deku shield. We already had it. So, another thing I do with Lon Lon Ranch, again, going with skulls. There's a skull here in this tree. If you're checking Lon Lon Ranch early, might as well grab it. Especially with scrub settings, 40 and 50 skulls, if they're dead, and you get a hint early on saying 30 skulls is dead, immediately, like, the 4 or 5 skulls that you pick up early on, you're already a quarter way to the skulls you ever need for the seed. Chilling so far? That's good to hear. Alright. Requiem. So, this ties into my... Whoop, not that one. This ties into my priority list. Get songs first thing. Because songs are gonna... Not only are they gonna give you a lot of information, they're potentially gonna give you access to locations you might not have access to until much later in the game. For example, Requiem of Spirit. Remembering all the skulls locations seems hard. It is hard. I will not lie about that, because there's 100 skulls in the game. For Randomizer, like, unless you're playing full skull sanity, there's not a reason to remember all 100 skull locations. You could pull up, like, a resource like Zelda Dungeon, or I think the Randomizer website has, like, a resource tab that shows the locations of all the Skulltulas. Ideally, you want to try to remember the locations of skulls inside of dungeons, because while you're in dungeons, you just knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, grab the skulls that are in there, or at least most of the skulls that are in there. And then you want to remember the locations of some pretty easy to reach skulls, like the skull here in Lon Lon Ranch, the skulls in Night Kakariko as a child, things like that. Yeah, what BioAngel said, you get used to it the more you add them into your normal routing. It gets to the point to where it's like muscle memory, you're just immediately going to that tree to like knock down the skull. But yeah, now that we have Requiem, my thought process is this. My priority is still songs, it's still to get hints, but I realize that coming to Lon Lon Ranch is also a bit of a dead end. The reason for that is it takes time to go back here to the silo. It takes just as much time to run from the silo all the way back to the front of the ranch. So you always want to try to minimize backtracking whenever you can. With a game as big as this, early on, it might be like 30-40 seconds between checks, but if you start backtracking, you're going to start adding minutes between checks. and that's where people's times will start to slow down drastically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check this silo. And then once I finish checking the silo, I'm going to play Requiem to find out where what song is on the Requiem check. Hopefully I can pick up some hints to get me a sub 4 finally. I hope, like, regardless of skill level, I hope everybody finds, like, a little bit of information in this stream. I know there's going to be, like, some pro level tournament placed people that play Randomizer are probably going to find, like, next to no information in it, or they might find something surprising, who knows. But this is geared more towards people that are, like, wanting to pick up Randomizer, or people that want to improve more on their routing and what their thought process is behind it. One nifty little trick that's useful to know is, like, wall peeking. So the way to do this is you get you're up against a wall, you're gonna row, but then as Link is starting to get up from the row, you're gonna press up C. And he'll up C while, like, in mid animation of the row, where his head is, like, poking through the wall, and you'll be able to do stuff like this. So this allows you to look at the item without ever having to mess with these blocks, because the blocks take time. So you can find out, oh, it's a huge ruby, I don't really need it at this point, I can skip it. Or, oh shit, it's a bomb bag, let me go ahead and do this stuff. In this case, I really don't need a huge ruby at the moment, so I'm going to go ahead and play Requiem of Spirit. Thus, this song fortunately solves my dead end dilemma for Lana Range. So we're going to head to Desert Colossus, and here's another stone that you can check before you even do anything with Spirit Temple. So, back here, in the very back corner of Colossus, you can get two things out of the way. You can turn around and look back and see what item is on the arch in Colossus. In this case, it's a 50, so don't really need that. And you can check this stone here. There we go, another Way of the Hero location. Orange City is Way of the Hero. So, with my notepad, let me go ahead and pull this back up. So we already know that Death Mountain Crater is Way of the Hero. I'm going to go ahead and type one out for Goron City. So now, I'm starting to get that information on my Way of the Heroes, and I can start to, like, tweak my route to try to check those as soon as possible. Later this year, I'm getting a new PC, and after all the streams I've seen, I really want to get into randomizers, so this helps. I'm glad I'm helping out a bit on that one end. But yeah, while we're here, let's go ahead and check the song. To check the song is pretty easy. Just go into Spirit Temple, walk right back out of Spirit Temple. Alright, so we got Sun Song. And this is where I would kind of go into, like, the tier list of songs. So, the song at the very top of the list hardly ever matters what kind of setting you're in, it's still going to be at the top of the list. Zelda's Lullaby. Actually, let me do a new notepad. Let's see. Text. Add source. Add a new source. Songs. Okay, add a source. Alright, songs. 1, Zelda Lullaby. If I spelled it wrong, I spelled it wrong, I'm sorry. But we're going to put that here, we're going to expand it a bit. Alright, so, the tier list of songs, Zelda's Lullaby is at the very top, for a number of reasons. For starters, you value songs that are going to lead to other songs, and Zelda's Lullaby leads you to at least one, if potentially not two songs during the course of your seed. The first one being in the Royal Family Tomb, which needs Zelda's Lullaby and nothing else. And your second song would be in Ice Cavern, which typically needs Zelda's Lullaby to open up the waterfall to get to Zora's Domain as an adult. So not only does it lead you to 2 songs, it is a hard requirement to get through Shadow Temple. No way you can get past the boat without Zelda's Lullaby. It is commonly needed in Spirit Temple because there are some checks tied behind Zelda's Lullaby. I want to say 4 checks. That sounds about right. 4 checks in Spirit Temple that are tied behind Zelda's Lullaby. And it's also almost always needed in Water Temple, because Zelda's Lullaby is what you're going to need to raise and lower the water level. So, without ZL, there are some seeds that can be beat without ZL. They are few and far between. I can probably count all those scenes that I've ever played without ZL on one hand. That's how important ZL is. Let's go ahead and set up the next list of songs. So, 2, 3, and 4 are interchangeable because they're essentially the warp songs that are going to lead to other warp songs. But in my list of priority, I would put them as Requiem, Bolero, and then Minuet. So the reason for this is because Requiem gets you access to Spirit Temple, which is by far like the most out of the way place / dungeon you could get to. If you don't have Requiem, logically, really the only way you're getting to Spirit Temple is if you have either a Pona Song or Longshot to get past the bridge in Gerudo Valley. Then you gotta mess with Fortress, which could take a little bit of time. Then you gotta go past Haunted Wasteland. If you don't know the Naked Wasteland trick, you hard need Magic, Lens of Truth, and either Hover Boots or Longshot to get past the Haunted Wasteland. So already, before you ever get to Spirit Temple, there's so many requirements that you need to get there. Requiem just says, that's it, you're right here. And you get to the dungeon whenever you want to. Then all you need is the requirements to do Spirit Temple. That's why I think it's the most important song after ZL. The second song on that list, Bolero. For mainly the same reasons as Requiem, except not so extreme. Fire Temple is not nearly as far out of the way, but without Bolero, you either need Hook Shot or Hover Boots to get to it. Bolero becomes much more important in Dungeon Entrance Randomizer because you can reach the entrance to Fire Temple as a child. Now, number 4 on that list is Minuet, because Forest Temple is, out of those 3 dungeons, is the least out of the way. But I feel like Minuet is like, instead of thinking of it as like number 4 on the list, it's more like number 3.5 on the list. And the reason for that is because Minuet will get you 2 songs, so long as Minuet isn't one of those songs. So Minuet, if placed correctly or easily enough in the randomizer, you'll get the Minuet check in Sacred Forest Meadow, and you'll also get the Saria song check in Sacred Forest Meadow, which either of those songs could be pretty important. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and minimize that. What I am gonna say though, before I do minimize that, is like damn near the bottom of the list, I'm gonna put Sun Song. Well, not some. Sun Song. There we go. So the reason why I put Sun Song at the bottom of the list is because early on, whenever you're getting used to Randomizer, Sun Song is nice for day-night routing. Like, say you get the Kakariko Village, and you wanna get Dampy Digging, you wanna get like the Kakariko Skulls and stuff like that. Sun Song is really nice. But once you take that out, Sun Song only gets you 1 check in the entire game, and it's in the graveyard. There have been seeds where Sun Song check is an important item, and you're like, oh shit, we needed this for Way of the Hero. Otherwise, like, unless you want help with like day-night routing, it's of little to no importance in a seed. Since I have Song of Time, I'll go ahead and put that in the list as well. And what I'll do with this is like, low tier. Okay, so let me pull this up. So low tier, Song of Time. So the reason why I put Song of Time in low tier is because there's really only 3 locations in Randomizer that logically really need Song of Time in a standard setting. That would be Water Temple. There is one check in Water Temple that hard requires needing Song of Time, and that is the check beyond the river. After you beat Dark Link, you have to open it up with Song of Time. You have to swim through the river, and that one check that you have to hit open with a bow. Forest Temple, logically, you might have to go through the courtyard via Song of Time instead of the bow. Now you can get around that if you know the trick to hookshot the vines on the other side of Forest Temple if you already have a bow. It's still in logic though, like Song of Time block. And then, let's see, GTG, which is short for Gerudo Training Ground. The lava room with the silver rubies. Sometimes you need Song of Time in order to get up to that freestanding key or freestanding piece of heart location and check the right side of the maze in GTG. Now, depending on the settings that you're playing on, Song of Time could drastically increase in priority. Say you're starting a seed where you're locked as child and the door of time is closed, immediately Song of Time becomes one of the most important songs in the game because you need that in order to become an adult. But that's not in standard, so that would be something I'd cover in like a different seed or whatever. So let's go ahead and hide that. Get back to the game. Ironic. So yeah, we got everything we need from Desert Colossus. So usually what I do here, there's nothing to do. So I'm just gonna save warp back to market. So save warp, usually I just have like a hotkey set up to my controller to just hit reset for the game. Additionally, you could go up to, like, if you're using RetroArch, you can go to File and Reset. Same thing with like Project 64 or BizHawk or whatever emulator you're using. If you can find a hotkey for that reset button, set it up. Alright, so now that we reset, we're back in near Temple of Time. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, while I'm here, let's go ahead and get this shooting gallery out of the way. Is that a modded Pro controller? This is actually a like Nintendo Switch brand like wired controller. It just has like lights in it that are like changeable, so they're like green right now, but I could change them to red or blue or purple or whatever I'm feeling that day. It feels pretty much like a slightly cheaper Pro controller. It works more or less for my purposes. The only thing I don't like about it is the analog stick. You see how that's round, completely round? For Ocarina of Time on the N64, ideally I like controllers that have like the little grooves or angles on the side of it so that I could hold true up or hold true down or left or right. With this controller, I kind of have to guess. Hey Luna, just woke up at one brain cell and in pain. Oh no, sorry to hear that. I had a case where the seed wanted me to get Song of Time on Ocarina of Time check to get lights in GTG Lava Room, but I skipped this and got 2 keys instead. Yeah. Like, if you know the key logic for GTG well enough, you could save scum the keys, and then check the right side of the room and then go get your light arrows that way. Usually with Song of Time, what's really gonna bite you with Song of Time is if Song of Time is like the Ocarina of Time song, and you have the boss key beyond the river in Water Temple. So you have no choice, in the Water Temple's a Medallion dungeon, so you have no choice but to go clear 2 other dungeons to get a song for a boss key in Water Temple. Other than that, like, usually Song of Time is like inconsequential. Hopefully you start to feel better soon. ID Sock Goblin, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So, we're gonna go ahead and play some Shooting Gallery. And this is usually people's first test of, oh my god, these controls suck. My best advice for this is just practice, practice, practice. It will also help if you go into your like controller settings, depending on the emulator that you are playing. Try to mess around with the dead zone and the controller sensitivity to find something that you can work with. The best way to explain how the aiming works in Ocarina of Time is imagine you're playing Call of Duty and you have it on super high sensitivity and the dead zone is just the dead zone's big. That's the easiest way to explain it. You can make small minute adjustments on emulator. It's just you kind of have to remember how far you have to move the control stick to do it. It's very weird to get used to at first. But with a little bit of practice you can get it down. Ace brought me here? Oh, nice! Yo, Sub-Zero, how's it going, man? We're just running through a slow randomizer, taking it step by step in case people have any questions, like if they want to pick my mind, or kind of dive into my thought process about how I take randomizer seeds. But yeah, while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and grab a few more rubies. And the reason for this, I know some of you all might hate this, but with me personally, whenever I'm playing randomizer seeds, I almost always buy my shields. The reason for that is I find myself to be particularly unlucky whenever it comes to chance. I've had scenes where I never bought a shield, and I didn't get a Hylian shield till like 2 hours in. So then I can't do like power crouch stabs, I can't do ground jumps, I can't do any of that. So I figure I'll take like the 20 or 30 seconds to farm enough rubies to go get a Hylian shield early on. That way I don't have to worry about that at all. So now what we're doing is we're gonna follow that priority list that we put up here. So I'll go ahead and put that up in the text. So early game goes, get your songs, check your hints, check your way of the heroes, dip dungeons. We're gonna kind of do all 4 of those at the same time. And that little beauty is called the Deku Tree. So, we're in Kikiri Forest. We're here as a child, so usually the way I route this is I'll go for the Kikiri sword chest first. And then I'll go hit Mido's house, and then if it's Shop Sandy, I'll go to the Kikiri shop. You could reverse that, like say if you start with a seed with maximum rubies, and then you could go to the shop first, spend whatever you want on the shop, go grab items. Hopefully the items are money in Mido's house. And then from there you could go to the Kikiri sword chest. Now this movement here, I'll kind of go a bit over this movement. Because it's usually like a speedrunner strat to like get through this this little area fast. But if I need money, that's usually what I do. I'll break it down real quick, just to kind of give you all an idea of how to do it. So what you're going to do is you're going to crawl through this hole. Now once this starts loading, the boulder just kind of starts wherever. So from here, look backwards, backflip, side hop to the right twice, side hop here to the left once. You're going to keep side hopping until you get to the middle here, and then you're going to go open this chest. Now the back walk, it does take a little bit of timing to figure out when you need to side hop back over to the left. Usually I do it right after I get that, not long after I get that second green ruby from the grass. And then from here, once you get the item, just target the chest, back walk straight back. Once you get close to the wall, just start side hopping right until you see that sign, and then just start going backwards. You can go straight back into the hole. That movement does take a little bit of practice. And then from here, it's kind of the same thing. Turn around, backflip, side hop left, backflip twice, you'll end up here, and you can keep backflipping just to get over the fence. Makes it a little bit faster. Now, if you don't need money at all, it will be just faster from here, just to turn around and walk out. You need to get better at Z targeting and turning, that's for sure. So, like, a couple things that will help. Obviously, a lot of people know that if you're, like, targeting a wall, like, I'll go over here to target this wall. So, like, even if you're at, like, a slight angle, if you target the wall, like, Link will stand flush against it. From here, you could do stuff called shield turning, where if you pull up your shield, and you hold a direction, you let go of shield, and then you shield again, Link will then face that direction that you were holding on the control stick. So, like, if I hold straight back, now Link is straight back. This works a lot better if you have those controllers with the grooved interiors, or the angled interiors, to where you could hold, like, true left, true right, true up, true down. But with practice, you could do something like this, where, like, you're pretty much facing every cardinal direction. Ideally, you could just flick the stick, and Link will, like, face whichever way you want to go. That does take some practice too, because you also have to time, like, when you press the Z button. But yeah, once we get finished with that Kikiri sword chest, I usually go into Mido's house. See what we get in here. Piece of heart. Ice arrows! Ew. Okay, that's not too bad. Pharaoh's Wind, once I get magic, it cuts down on time in a lot of the in-game dungeons. And a purple rupee. So, while Kikiri Forest wasn't necessarily on that list of things, like check hints, check way the heroes dip dungeons, what I will add to this, actually, check sphere zeros. So that's for early game goes. Now, the dip dungeons and check sphere zeros are kind of interchangeable, because my thought process is if you have everything you need to go do a dungeon and it's Medallion, it's always a good play to go straight for the dungeon. Like, check stuff while you're going to the dungeon, which is kind of like what I'm doing now, checking Mido's, checking Kikiri's sword, but the idea in mind is that my destination is at the Deku Tree. So we'll go ahead and minimize that. We don't really need anything per se from the shop, but just to be on the safe side, I got a purple rupee, so let's go buy a couple more sticks. And our Kikiri shop has the most horrible music. So a little trick I like doing here, once I get out, I'll run over here to this little island, rock. I'll turn over here, I'll side hop over to the right, and if you do it right, you'll side hop basically right here, and Link will just kind of like pop up on the bank. You mean the best music? No! Hey Tequila, how you doing? So, before I go into Deku, like I said, priorities are to get your hints early on. These are a bit out of the way, but sometimes they're very important hints, like this one. So, let me pull up my window capture again. So, we have found our third way of the hero. So, bottom of the well. So what that tells us now is that we have Goron City, we have Death Mountain Crater, and we have Bottom of the Well, all three of them containing at least one item that's needed to clear the sea. Good, just causing trouble as usual. Who doesn't like a little bit of trouble? So usually here I'll just kind of like backwalk or side hop up over the roots. As far as movement goes, If we're going uphill, let me see if I can get up this. I've actually never tried this here. But like, if we're going up a grade, or up a hill or something, it's almost always faster to side hop up it, as opposed to like running. You could backwalk up it too. It just depends on like how good your button mashing is. Gonna dip for a bit. Hopefully I can nurse myself to feel better. Hopefully you get to feeling better soon, Lena. Alright. Hero ventures beyond the wasteland to learn the Sun Song. So every once in a while, you will come across hints for information you already know, or it's just junk. It happens sometimes. So we already know that. And there's always a good chance that there's going to be a duplicate. But yeah, Deku Tree time. Now as far as priorities of dungeons go, with this scrub setting, even if Deku Tree is a stone, my routing's probably going to be the same. I will go into Deku Tree and dip it because there are a lot of Sphere 0-ish checks here. Sphere 0, Sphere 1. You don't need a whole lot to get in here, which usually means there's a good chance that you will find an important item inside the Deku Tree. Now, in Season 5 tournament settings, you have Closed Deku, which means you need a Kakiri Sword to get into Deku Tree. That immediately makes all your other Sphere 0 checks that more important to go grab. So things that are kind of out of the way, like Gerudo Valley or Lake Hylia, that would be Sphere 0 checks as a child, they have even more checks, or even more chance to be something important. Alright, Piece of Hearts. Gonna go down here, pick this chest up. Wow, this seed just really wants me to be healthy. Also, quick tip. Sure, most of y'all already know this, but if you come into this room without a slingshot, make sure you go up the vines first and then hit the platform on the way back, because if you try to do it the other way around, you will soft lock yourself in this in this room and have to reset. I learned that the hard way. Alright, so routing usually will take me back up here to this room. Now the spiders are kind of tricky at first until you realize how they work. So the way the spiders work is that so long as you don't move at all on the vine, they don't notice you. They react to movement though. So see how I started climbing, and as soon as he started facing me, he went purple. And if he stays purple for long enough, he'll immediately dash for you. So the idea is to usually try to like crawl up while they don't see you. But if you hear that sound effect and they go purple, then either stop what you're doing, or you could play it risky. You can move just enough to where they start trying to dash towards you, but then you stop before they get there, which means they'll stop, they'll turn around, they'll go back to their original position, they can't chase you while they're doing that. So then you can just climb to your heart's content. Alright. So this room, I usually light the torch up first, unless I get super hyped and I'm like, ooh, big chest, because the chest size matches contents. Nice little time saver you could do, whenever you have a lit stick, you can walk very slowly and still put the stick away. So you don't just have to like stand there and mash A. So we'll go check this chest real quick. Oh no, a Bloopy. Alright. And like I said earlier about the skulls, usually you want to try to get skulls that are kind of not too far out of the way. This one's a perfect example. If you have the resources to get it, then get it. We are really healthy. 4 hearts already. 4 skulls, 4 hearts. Usually what I do here is once I get out of this door, I'm going to go up to this Skulltula, and I'm going to throw a nut down before he drops. That way I can just freely jump off here. Side hop to the left as soon as you start to see the web break. And then you should land here on this platform. And from there, you can just roll back and hit the switch. More money! Alright, so, just to kind of emphasize the whole skull thing, a neat little way to get this skull here, if you don't have, like, bombs or projectiles, you can take a stick. If you time a jump slash at, like, the very height of your jump off of that ledge, you can just barely hit that Skulltula to collect that. This one, far more lenient. You can actually hit it from down here. And then just climb up top. Now, we get to like the most important trick of Deku Tree, B1 skip. There's several different ways to do it. The one I'm going to go over is like the non-ground jump one, since I don't have bombs. So the setup for it, this trick is like almost universally known by now. There's some different setups for it. Usually the one I go for is, if you see this seam here in the wall, I usually go up to the left-hand side of it. I'm going to do that trick where Link is targeted like flush with the wall. I'm going to move a little bit over to the right, and I'm going to do neutral rows, which all it is just the A button. I'm going to do that a few times until I know for certain Link is in that corner, but facing towards the left wall. Once you're in this position, you're going to backflip twice, side hop to the right once, then side hop to the left once. Now from here, you're going to see up, and what you want to do here is you want to take this left side of the B icon, like you can kind of see it lined up here against the flame. You're going to take that left side and you're going to line it up to like this center seam of this root or bone or whatever you want to call it. But you want to line it up kind of like with that light seam portion of the root. So about right there. From here, I'll usually just hold the Z button and release C up so that Link stays targeted in that position. You want to do one neutral row, and from here you hold straight up and roll again to jump up. Usually, because my controller is kind of jank with this, I'll pause and do what's called pause buffering. So from here, what you can do is already go ahead and start holding up. You can kind of look down and see and make sure that you actually have a true up angle. And as you unpause, go ahead and hold down the A button. And as the game boots back up, the game will automatically start doing the up and A command for you at the same time. So if done right, Link would jump up. But somewhere in there I messed it up. Maybe my CF angle was bad. Who knows? But let's try it again. Now this is a trick where if you get it the first time, great. If you don't get it the first couple of times, don't beat don't beat yourself up too bad about it, because it does take a little bit of time to learn and get down consistent. And that's like one of the most important things about learning these tricks is try not to beat yourself up about it if you don't get it the first time. Whenever it comes to practicing, there's usually two things that I think of, or like two quotes that I think of. The first one is, if you think you know everything, you're only just starting to learn. And the second quote I usually go for practice is, you practice not until you get it right, you practice until you fail to get it wrong. So the idea there is, it's not good enough to get it right just one time, you want to make sure that you can get it consistently. So speaking of another trick, I'm going to push this block a couple times, and there's a couple different ways that you can get this stick, this torch lighting trick. You could do like a flame storage from over there, which I'll probably go over whenever I get to Zora's Domain if I go there. But usually the trick I like doing here is I'll just jump, and as soon as I start getting close to that torch, I just pull out a stick. And from there, I just do a jump slash. So, with these boys, I'm going to explain what I do with these. Sometimes you can kind of like go in here haphazardly and they all start spitting at you at the same time. Usually what I like to do is whenever I come out of the water, I'm usually coming out closer to Deku Scrub number 1. And then I want to run slightly over to the left to the second one, block his seed, and that will give the third one a little bit of time to get up, notice I'm there, and then spit his nut almost right after. Go deflect his, turn around, and deflect this the first one's second nut to get him pretty fast. It should look something like this. So it can be done a little bit faster than that. There are a bunch of different setups to get that done ridiculously fast, but that seems to be the most consistent setup for me. So from here, Goma fight. And this is where I'm going to be teaching you how to do infinite stick technique. So how you do this one, you end up in a situation where you're about to fight Goma. You don't have a Kikiri sword or anything like that. You just have sticks. With sit sticks, you can kill Goma. It is a little bit tedious to just break sticks, and you want to try to keep your resources as much as you can. So one thing you can do is, again, you're going to target up to where you're flush against the wall. From here, you're going to backflip once, and there's two different ways to do this. You could either shield flick, or you could untarget and retarget again. But the idea is that once you do that, you press A once to neutral row, and then you're in a position where you can pull your stick out and press A again. And with the right distance, the stick will hit the wall twice, one time in midair, and it will give you this, which you can use as much as you want, and Link doesn't put it away. And it still has the same damage as a normal stick, which we'll now get into with Power Crouch Stab. So the way Power Crouch Stab works is whenever they were developing the game, Crouch Stab was never assigned any damage. It was just kind of like a copy and paste damage, so to speak. So what you can do is you could do something like a jump slash, start doing crouch stabs, and each crouch stab will have the same damage as that jump slash. Same with other forms of damage. Like say you have a hammer, and use a hammer to break a boulder, and then you pull your Master Sword out and you start crouch stabbing, that crouch stab will still have hammer damage and break the boulder for you. So the idea here is that we're going to jump slash to store up a powered crouch stab, and then we're going to use our Deku Nut to stun Goma once. We're going to get in one crouch stab and then immediately nut again, which stuns Goma just long enough to pull out two more crouch stabs, which is just enough to kill Goma. I never noticed you did that stick trick before. I usually do it so fast while I get into this fight that it's hard to notice, but yeah, that's the setup for the stick trick. But yeah, so there's our jump slash. The power crouch stab, the damage for it will carry through these cutscenes, so you don't have to worry about doing another crouch stab. But yeah, the idea is nut. So nut, crouch stab, nut immediately. It has to be like within a frame of you, like throwing out that crouch stab. And then once you throw out the other nut, hit your shield button, crouch stab, do another power crouch stab, do two more of them actually, and then Goma's dead. She dropped us a purple rupee. So we found nothing inside Deku Tree. That is unfortunate. The good news though is that it is a medallion. So that's one less medallion that we have to deal with at all. And it's a spirit medallion. Nice. So the reason why having a spirit medallion here is nice in this seed is because now we have both the shadow and spirit medallions, which is a requirement for the light arrow cutscene inside the Temple of Time as an adult. So once we become an adult, we will automatically get a free item. Don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be a free item. Now, what I'm going to do here is, now that I have Deku Tree done, I'm going to go back to my priority list. I'm going to think, okay, I need to get a song. Closest one to me is a Sari song check. So we're going to head up that way, towards Lost Woods. Usually here, I'll just backwalk. Because backwalking generally is a little bit faster. I want to say, like, the rule of thumb is, like, if it's short distances, spacing your rows out is generally a little bit faster, but then once you get to the point where there's, like, more than 4 rows, it's generally faster to just backwalk to that location. We'll check this hint. Alright, so we got another hint for song. Crater's melody is Sun Song. So usually what I'll do here is I'll leave a little space for like arbitrary hints that I find throughout the scene. And this one I'll put Saria Bolero check. Hey, King Demerit, so am I right in saying a crouch stab is worth 2 stick jump slashes? Yes, so long as what you've stored is a stick jump slash. Say you have a Kikiri sword instead, and you do like a normal Kikiri sword swing, and then you go for a jump slash, or not a jump slash, but a power crouch stab, that crouch stab is only going to be worth that damage of the Kikiri sword slash. So the important thing to remember is that you always want to store that damage first. It's like do a jump slash, and then just do a crouch stab with anything. And it'll retain that damage throughout. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go up here. Now, a nice little trick, if you do have Sun Song, now I was roasting on Sun Song earlier, but one thing that can be nice is if you play Sun Song, you can always warp back to where you came from, as far as entrances. And that can be helpful if you're wanting to check stuff that's kind of out of the way. So for example, what Shadow talked about earlier, that one hint that you get all the way in the back here in Lost Woods, it is a little bit time consuming to go for this trick. Now we don't need to get this scrub at all because Lost Woods is foolish, but we can still check the hint. Now, this is a duplicate hint. It says that Death Mountain Crater is Way of the Hero, but now we know there's 2 of those hints. If we find a 3rd hint like that, there's a good chance there's going to be like 2 or more major items in Death Mountain Crater. But one time saver is you can play Sun Song. So stick is just better in Kikiri sword and power range. Yes. The Deku stick has the same damage as the Master Sword. But yeah, nice thing about Sun Song, you warp right back at the entrance, and you can go about what you're doing. So since we already know Lost Woods is foolish, I'm not going to bother with any of these checks. We're just going to head straight back to Sacred Forest Meadow. Alright. So Sacred Forest Meadow, simple enough. You got this Wolfos here. Wait for him to target you. Kill him to open up this door. Usually what I like to do here is if I have a shield, I will target this wall to get flush to it, and I'll start doing side hops and back walks to try to get through the Sacred Forest Meadow a little bit faster as a child. You could also roll. There's not too big of a difference in time. But then you also want to make sure that you're holding your shield out too. That way you don't get launched in the air as you're trying to do your side hops. Sometimes you can pull something off like that, where you backflip in the middle of a nut, and you snipe that business scrub. Or not business scrub, Deku scrub. But yeah, you just backwalk, and then boom. Another song track. Alright, so now we have Song of Storms. If you remember in our notes, Bomb of the Well is Way of the Hero. Yo, Shigatura, how's it going, man? So that's one piece of the puzzle. Now, if we want a full clear Bomb of the Well, we still need Zelda's Lullaby, and we still need bombs. which we have neither of those right now. Song of Storms, if I pull up that text. Alright, so properties. So we already put down like what our top 4 songs are. I would say at like high tier or mid tier, whatever you want to call it, Song of Storms. The reason for that is usually with Song of Storms, you are putting yourself in a position where you can go clear out bottom of the well, which is very check dense. If you get access to the bottom of the well early game, there's almost always going to be an important item there. And even if it's late game and you find Song of Storms, if it was like Song of Storms in Away the Hero location, there's a good chance it will have at least one progression item for you. It's just a really easy area to clean out. Plus, Song of Storms also helps you with Frogs 1. It unlocks a couple more grottos throughout the game. Like, for example, this one here. If I could actually play the song. There's a grotto with scrubs in it. That's not really needed for a standard seed, but if you're playing Scrub Sandy, that is nice. So, next tent. Oh, let me hide this. There we go. GG's on the Yeatly. Nice time. Thank you, man. Yeah, your time was pretty damn fast, too. How'd you like it? Alright, 30 gold Skulltulas reveals arrows. So if I remember correctly, Scrub Settings removes 40 and 50 skulls, and we just got a hint saying that 30 skulls, the reward for that is dead. So now we only have to focus on getting 20 skulls for the entire game, and that's it. That's nice info to have. Want to know where irons were? Because I never found them. If I remember correctly in the discussion, I think someone found the iron, or the iron boots. I think they were in Spirit Temple, like either a Spirit Boss Key chest or Spirit Map chest, one of the two. I never went to Spirit Temple. I got that gold skull. I was like, yeah, we're doing gold skull water. As soon as I got that gold skull, I just took my chances in water. That's exactly what I did. Like, the thought process on that one was, I know the central pillar was dead at the time because of hints. I know the boss key chest was dead. I just didn't want it to be on the Beyond the River check, where I would have been hard required to have Song of Time. And it paid off. Alright, so 2 more Gossip Stones that we can get. This one we already know. We know the Boomerang chest is junk. Alright, Darunia's Dance leads to the Stone of Agony. Now, depending on like when you're getting into Randomizer or how experienced you are, Stone of Agony could be either a really useful tool or it could be absolute junk. I usually label it as absolute junk, so for me, Darunia's Dance, or as I like to call it, the hot check, it's dead. I don't have to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and label that under dead. Now from here, I have a couple different options as child. I've gotten all the songs. I could go to Adult CAC. I could go to... Actually, I could go do Lake Valley checks. But right now, my thought process with this scene is if I have my child spawn at the Temple of Time, I can go do night market checks before I do adult checks. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Now, that's not to say that Lake Valley checks are a bad play, because they're Sphere Zero items. There's always a good chance you'll find something there. It does take time to get down there, though. Papa D. Yes, Papa Darunia. The hot check. Stone of Agony useful? I mean, if you don't want to look up a guide on where your grottos are at, it can be useful. Alright. So, Night Market. First thing we're going to do is we're going to save a little doggy by the name of Richard. If you're playing with Shop Sandy on, this will also be really important because then you can check your Chew Shop. If I had magic, I could go do the treasure shop right now. If I had bombs, I could do Bombchi Bowling. But for right now, this is the only thing here. Oh no! It's a red rupee. Watch the market be bullish. Also, if you're ever hard up on money, if you're here at night and you roll into this box, free 20 rupees. But yeah, for now we're gonna go straight to adult. But yeah, I'm actually kind of excited for this week's async because there was a lot of people that signed up for it. So we already checked their child dungeons, so we're just gonna go ahead and go straight to adults. Yo, have you ever seen a Master Sword as cool looking as this? Why, hello, Hugh. How'd it go? Oh.
Because they had to run 2 tests. The first one she said, when did you go out of work? I said, Thursday. I didn't feel too good. She goes, between Thursday and now, she said, pretty much I go okay.
Oh, wow.
Because it's still in my system. She said, it's not enough to transmit now. It's pretty much gone. There's still symptoms.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to be going to work tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I was supposed to get an item here because I got the Shadow and Spirit Medallions. And, of course, the item is Din's Fire, which is kind of sad because Shadow is a stone dungeon. We might be able to use it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to check our adult dungeons. So, Fire Temple is our light medallion. Forest is vanilla. DC is the fire medallion. Water is vanilla, and I went right past it. And Deku Tree was the spirit one. It's also, depending on like what kind of settings you're running, or if you don't know the settings at all, maybe it's just something somebody wrote at you. You can always look at this tablet. Well, not always, it depends on the settings. Sometimes there's like no information on this at all. But sometimes you can look at this and find out what you need in order to get into Ganon's Castle. So in this case, with it being a scrub setting, I only need 4 medallions to get into Ganon's Castle. And then I will get the boss key for Ganon once I get all 6 medallions. Oh, it's a Chungus. It's a Mew. So long story short, apparently he who did have COVID, except he's just now getting over it. Alright. So, we're gonna go ahead and head up to Adult Kakariko. And the idea here is that Adult Kakariko has a lot of items that you can get fairly easily. And it has a song that you can get too. So we're gonna head up this way. Oh shit, indeed. So, this would be like the last really convenient free song that we can get at the moment, unless we go get Saria song. When do you check for adult spawn? Usually the first time that I run into like a dead end for my checks. So like, usually the first thing I'll do is I'll go check Adult Kakariko. If I get the items for like the Dongos Cavern, I'll go do that. I'll try to do like minuet check if it's fairly fast to get there. Otherwise, like if I feel like I'm starting to get to a dead end and there's nothing really close and convenient to get, I'll go ahead and bite the save warp and see where it takes me. So from here, usually what my routing does is I'll jump up here first, check the man on the roof. Big bonk. Hey, look, fire arrows. And the idea for that jump, for those of you that are kind of new to that one, basically, Link's auto jump mechanic, he doesn't necessarily have to be like running straight at the edge of a ledge. You could do it at basically any angle. So there are some locations in the game to where if you line it up just right, you could do something like that. But yeah, check the man on the roof without any items. We'll go down to Sope Grotto, see what we have in here. Open this bad boy up. What you got? Looks like I needed to come to Adult Kakariko first thing. Because now I'm finding all sorts of stuff. Alright. So we have arguably the best item in the game. Hookshot. Hookshot opens up Water Temple, opens up Forest Temple. It's usually a very good item that you absolutely need for progression in some other dungeons. Yeah, it's just all around an OP item. So we already know this scent. Lost Woods is a foolish choice. The game is just wanting to remind us again. One neat little movement trick I do here is I'll roll into this crate, because during the daytime, it'll give you another 20 rubies. Climb on top of this, I immediately start holding up to the left, so that I can grab this, and I do it once more to grab this edge. And then from here, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Side hop, and then you're on this platform to go to the windmill. It beats having to climb all the way around just to get to that windmill. Now, even though there's a bloopy here, I'll go over this glitchless trick. Usually, I'll just kind of like do a little hop over here, get a rolling start to grab that ledge, and then from here, just jump over. Additionally, if you have a hook shot, you can do something like this, or you like aim up at the very top of this this pillar, and the hook shot will grab you, and then you start mashing B as soon as you get grabbed, and you'll get that. Because if you notice, the top of the windmill is slightly slanted, so you can kind of get that recoil to come down here. Those are a couple different ways to do it. So this boy is our next Ocarina check. Alright, Epona song. Alright. So, we're gonna go back to our song list. Pull that up in our properties. So, this is where I would put Epona's song. I would put it in that high tier, except Epona's song starts to drop off in value depending on how late into the seed you find it and what kind of songs you have already. So in this case, we already have Requiem. Requiem immediately gets us to Spirit Temple. So by that point, the only reason we really need Epona's song is for anything else in the desert. So like the back end of Gerudo Valley, Fortress, Horseback Archery, those are the only things we would need Epona's song for. And if we have Long Shot, the value drops even further. Otherwise, it is a fast way to get throughout Hyrule Field, or just get throughout the world if you don't have a lot of warp songs at hand. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on Epona's song. It is helpful, it's dependent on the seed that you're in. Alright, let's see here. We'll hide that. unless you're playing Cal Sandy, then a bonus song becomes really important. Speaking of cows, we're about to go meet one. Because what I can do now is play Sun Song. And we can get a couple other checks here too. So, one other thing with Adult Kakariko, you can go talk to our favorite redhead, Angie, and she'll give you a free item. In this case, unfortunately, it was a Bloopy. But then as soon as you do that, you can come right over here. I'm going to show that one more time. After I get this item. Boom. We found Rudo's letter. So, now we have a dilemma. We found Rudo's letter in essentially a Sphere 1 location. Because we needed to turn adult before we could do this. But we found it really early. So it puts Zora's Fountain into logic. Well, actually no, it doesn't put it into logic just yet. But what it means is that once we have access to Zora's domain, we then have access to Zora's Fountain. Which could mean something like Ice Cavern being important. Or something in Fountain being important. Or God forbid, something in Jabu being important. But it's also our first bottle. Wow, favorite? Rip Malon. I mean, her hair's redder. Nothing against Malon. Malon's nice. Malon's nice looking. But look, it's Angie. Look at that sleek red hair. So this trick, this one's easy peasy. Just get on top of these haystacks or whatever it's supposed to be. I guess bundles of wood. I don't know, N64 graphics. And Link will just automatically climb up. So long as you keep walking up against that wall underneath the hope. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that trick. If you have the skulls, you can go check the Skull House. If you have explosives, you can go check the Twins, the Redead Grotto. Shop Sandy is also really important here too. But for now, my routing usually takes me back to Graveyard to get the Dampy race out of the way. And like if I have ZL at this point, it's another song, which makes Adult Kakariko even more important. But for now, we have 4 checks that we can get here, and a 5th check that we can peek. So we'll go ahead and grab this one. Daddy Dampy! Wow, okay, so many heart pieces. Alright, so what I'll do here is I'll usually grab this spell's attention. If I did it right, instead of a Dinkus Donkus, the pole's supposed to hit me while I pull on that grave. And that that gets me out of the pulling animation so that I can just immediately go into the hole. And then we'll peek this item. Looks like we got a Zora Tunic up there. Normally, in a case like this, I would just put that in my notepad, that Zora Tunic is in Gravebox, and then I'll just show that to y'all real quick. So I have it there. If it's an important item, like, I don't know, Kikiri Sword, Hammer, something like that, I'll put that information down. Zora Tunic, I'm not really worried about. Yo, Krug, how's the sea going so far? I'm taking it slow and steady. Just kind of like going through my thought process, and just letting people pick my brain on stuff that I come across, or like whatever tricks I have. So now we're gonna get into the Dampy race. So here's the thing about the Dampy race. You want to try to like stay as close to the walls and like cut your corners as efficiently as you can. But you don't want to get into the mindset of like spamming rows constantly like this. So what you want to try to do is space out your rows just a little bit, like this. Because if you spam them, you're actually losing a little bit of speed. Because Link can never get up to that top row speed and keep it. Once you get to a corner, if you get close to it, just walk around the corner and then start a row. But once you start a row, you want to try to commit to that. You want to try to commit to that direction that you initially started the row in. Otherwise, you get like a really short row like this, and that'll slow you down. And you can do this with like very minimal Z targeting, or you could do it with a lot of Z targeting. It just comes down to personal preference. But this is a very good idea of less is more. So like this trick here, Link will pop up as you press up against this corner. So usually what I do is I pull my sword out and I do a jump slash. So I'm just gonna jump off real quick and repeat the race. First seed you've been messing with? Yeah, this is the first seed I've been messing with. Which is why it's taken a little bit longer, but like I said, this isn't something I'm trying to race or anything. This is more or less just to like let people get an idea of like what I tend to route into. So what we've done so far is like check our child hints. Well, not child hints, but our child songs. And then not long ago we got into Adult Kakariko, and Adult Kakariko was loaded. We found, like, right off the bat, Temple of Time, we got the Dense Fire from beating Deku Tree. And then from there, we ended up getting fire arrows on the man on the roof. And then the open grotto in Kakariko had our hook shot. $55, it's okay. Ideally, whenever I'm doing Dampy Race, I'm trying to go for like 50 or 49. But honestly, so long as it's below 1 minute, you're good. Been experimenting with that jump. Tend to prioritize song checks, Kakariko, and Market. Yeah, that's usually what you want to try to go for early on. It's bloopy. Yo, we got a fairy slingshot. So, if you have Song of Time, you could go back up through the windmill. Though usually, even if I have the Song of Time, I'll just kind of like position myself here, do a quick side hop into the door, and then back out. So that I can void myself out, and then go back into the graveyard, because I got one more check I can do here. And that is on the Redead Grave. So yeah, I actually went ahead and posted up like a text spots of what I usually prioritize early on. So, getting songs, checking your hints and gossip stones, checking your way of the heroes, dipping your dungeons, and then like in between those, trying to check your spear zeros or 1s or 2s. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, we had 2 slingshots in the graveyard. How about that? Unfortunately, Lost Woods is dead, so... That's like logical progression to Deku Tree, so... Right. Sphere Zero is stuff that you can do without any items, or like doing anything else in the game. Sphere 1 is basically anything that you can do with Sphere Zero items, so on and so forth. Alright, so from here, we have a couple of things that we could do. Now, I could go start busting logic all over the place and do Reverse Wasteland via Requiem. I feel like that wouldn't be super helpful right now because we don't have a lot of information yet that's telling us to go through the desert. What we do know right now is that Death Mountain Crater, Goron City, and Bottom of the Well are all Way of the Hero locations. So one option could be to go back Child, play Song of Storms, and go ahead and start running it through Bottom of the Well checks. Although we would be limited in what we can do in there, because we don't have ZL yet, and we don't have explosives. Another thing we could do is keep following our route or our priority progression for the early game. Go check the minuet check and see what we can find there. Maybe it's ZL, maybe it's another warp song. Anything at this point would be nice. Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards going to minuet check. And the reason for that is I feel like if I can find ZL there, that makes it to where I don't have to backtrack at all through Bomb of the Well, unless an important item is on bombs. So personally, me, that's the play that I'm going to go for. So now, at this point, kind of like what Shadow said earlier, or whenever he asked the question of when I would check my adult spawn, this is probably about that time where I would check my adult spawn. Because I'm in the graveyard, there's not a whole lot of things that are really out of the way. Like, what I could do is I could walk out of here, I could start going up Death Mountain, do a couple of checks there. It's still kind of out of the way. One way to make Kakariko a little bit faster once you have the hook shot, you can just kind of like hook shot along the roofs like Spider-Man. And then from here, what you could do is like check the piece of heart item on top of the Dongos Cavern. You could check the Sun Song Grotto and see what's there. Or not the Sun Song Grotto, the Song of Storms Grotto and Mountain. So that's a blue ruby. We'll go up here real quick. Avoid the boulder. Now, if you're playing with Season 5 tournament settings, you could also peek these locations and see if they're like treasure chests or not. For some reason, that peek didn't work. Oh well. Anyhow, Song of Storm check. So inside Goron City, there's not a whole lot we can do yet. We don't have strength. We don't have bow. We don't have magic to use Din's Fire or anything like that to blow up the bomb flowers. So I'm going to skip that for now. But now we do have a skill. So that opens up our options a little bit more. So now what I'm thinking is, once we check this, Crater's melody is Saria's song. Okay, so we already have that. Saria's song is on Bolero check. I think now what I do is I go ahead and commit to that save warp. We find out where our adult spawn is. But now that we have a skill, as a child, we can get the Zora's Domain, which means we can then use Riddle's Letter to get access to Zora's Fountain. And then as an adult, eventually we get access to Ice Cavern. Okay, so, interesting news. Our adult spawn is in the tent in GV, or Gerudo Valley. I affectionately like to call this place the boys. The tent of the boys. So, we immediately have access to the back of Gerudo Valley, and this is nice for a couple of reasons. So for starters, if you really wanted to, you could jump down here, check this hint, check the back of the waterfall item. If you had bomb shoes, you could check the crate. Alright, read dead in a royal tomb, guard the Bolero of fire. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and write this down too. So, Bolero is on Royal Tomb, or Sun Song check, whichever one you want to write that down as. The pathing for that child route would be smarter to do Valley and just follow the river down to Lake before diving to Zora's Domain. If it wasn't our adult spawn, yes. So yeah, ideally what I would do once I had that skill as child is I would get Valley checks out of the way, then go to Lake, get the Sphere Zero Lake checks out of the way, and then use the scale to go through Zora's domain. So the idea there is to like try to condense as many checks in as possible to try to be as efficient as you can be. So from here, we can save. We'll warp again. We'll be right back up at the top of Gerudo Valley. Easy peasy. So, another nice thing is, right outside we got 2 gold Skulltula tokens that we can go grab. We know we only need 20 skulls for any item that's in Kakariko, so these will help get us there quite a bit faster. So this changes up the game plan a bit. So, for starters, we logically have really early access to GTG and Fortress. So I think that's what this is where I'm gonna head to real quick. Just to get this stuff out of the way. How do you get that crate heart piece as adult without using bomb juice to check it? You would require long shot. Like, you'd have to jump down to the other, like the little alcove with the silver block, and then use long shot to hook over to the crate, logically. And then there's a trick where you can use hover boots to, how would I put it? Like hover boots, you can do like a backwalk, and then you side hop, jump slash, while taking the boots off, and it gives you just enough distance to get to that little ledge. But usually I just wait till till long shot. See, at this point, I would normally have my shield. I forgot to buy a shield though, so we're gonna nut. You can also just stab. Now, one trick you could do, you could get over here, pull your hook shot out, if you had a shield, you could just sit here and shield poke, but you can't do that with her. But now she's stuck in there. Well, until she jumps. Otherwise, you kind of have to like sit there and bait her. Now, if you want to be really methodical about this, you could wait until she does her little Spinaroonie attack that would normally knock you out. If she misses, she just kind of like turns around and looks around for a couple of seconds, and you can get a jump slash in. Now, if you're doing like a one-hit KO run, this is usually the safest way to do it. There you go. But in this setting, all you need to do is free one of these boys, and you get yourself a Gerudo membership card. So from here, we still don't really have too much that we can do. Like, obviously, we could go get a shield, we could do a little bit of GTG. I'm probably going to save that for later right now. Like, once I buy a shield, I'll just, like, save warp back here. But we have that out of the way. So, from here, we don't really have a way to get back to the forest very easily. Which is kind of what I was wanting to do in the first place. So we're going to have to travel all the way back. Now you could go down and do lake checks. Like, just to get the hints. Which is probably what I'll end up doing here. There is one open grotto in Hyrule Field that you can check, just right off the bat. And sometimes that is a sneaky grotto because of it being like Sphere 0, Sphere 1. It could have an important item. So we'll check our hint. Darunia's Dance leads to Stone of Agony, so we already know that. Not much we can do here as an adult. So we're going to go ahead and get Epona out. And we're gonna head over to the forest. Oh. Come on. Come on. Got him. What song did we start with? We started with the Song of Time in this scene. Our child spawn was right outside the Temple of Time, too. So that was pretty nice. Yeah, not the best song to start out with, but sometimes that's okay. Because usually if you start with something like ZL, yeah, it does open, like, a couple other songs you can get, but then it also, like, makes a bunch of other things Sphere 0. Or Sphere 1. Spawn's not bad. Alright, so we got shafted by that. Alright, the final reward for the frogs in Zora's River is a purple ruby. So, Frogs 2 is dead. So, out of our always checks, we do not know what Bigrin check is, and we don't know what the song is on Ocarina of Time. So from here, I'm gonna go ahead and head up to the forest. But no, both spawns here aren't that bad. Like the adult spawn, it is a little out of the way, but since we have Epona, it's not terrible. Plus, honestly, it's a fast way to get the GTG and Fortress if we ever need to start doing that. So I'm not mad about that spawn at all. Right, so we found Requiem pretty fast too. So we immediately have access to Spirit Temple. We can't do much in it because we don't have strength. Now we could do Child Spirit because we have Slingshot. So we've already checked out Kikiri Forest. We don't need anything here. We're just heading straight up to the woods. Exactly. So there's no reason to do Reverse Wasteland or anything like that. Now we can do Song of Storms to get this check. So Song of Storms grottos in standard setting, the only two that really matter is this one in Kikiri Forest and one just outside of Goron City. Otherwise, bottom of the well. We got none. Okay. Okay. Hyrule Castle is on Way of the Hero. That is a very specific hint, too. So the way that's set up, in standard setting, Hyrule Castle only has one check, and it's the Fairy Fountain. So, what that tells us is, we absolutely need ZL now. And explosives. Explosives would be nice. Right, Great Fairy only for Hyrule Castle. So, now we're in this dilemma. I want to get this song back in Minuet, but we have this boy in the way. What are we gonna do? Well, Nutnim's not gonna work, so we have to do something called a Mido skip. I'm gonna show you two different ways to get through it. One is fairly easy, the other one's a bit more difficult, requires a bit more timing. So we'll go ahead and do the hook shot or bow method. So usually what I do is from this location here, I'm gonna walk into this room, but then I'm gonna start lining myself up for that corner back over here. I'm gonna get over here on this side, start lining myself up to this corner. I'm gonna Z target while I walk, and then I'm gonna start side hopping over to the right. So having that angle is fairly important, and you just kind of want to back walk until you're like snug up between the wall and Mido. From here, pull out the hook shot, and what that's going to do is going to make it to where you can't really talk to Mido. You want to look up just a bit, or all the way up, it doesn't really matter what. Just so long as you don't talk to him, and then you just start spamming A backflip. Well, that didn't work. I rode forward instead of backflip. But yeah, this is what it should look like. There might take a couple of tries. Sometimes you might have to look up a little bit further just to get past them. But the idea is pretty much the same. You just want to backflip with the hook shot while looking up, and it gives your backflip like a little bit more height to get past Mido. Otherwise, if you try like a normal backflip, it doesn't go high enough. So we're gonna warp out, and we're gonna try the non-hook shot method. So this one, the concept is pretty much the same, except now you're not gonna have the hook shot or the bow to get that angle with. So you have to use the C up method. So the angle's pretty much the same. Like, I get back over here, I aim for this corner of the wall. You don't want to talk to him, because talking to him is bad, it's wrong, it's badong. Can't you just back up to him and aim the hook shot towards that corner to get the angle? You could. I just usually eyeball it. Like, for me, more often than not, just targeting this angle is good enough. Like, you could target that angle over there. I find it sometimes it's a little bit too far over to the right. But yeah, see up. Start holding down on your control stick, and then what you're gonna do is go ahead and hold down Z, so that Link is already Z targeting as you let go of C up, and then once you let go of C up, you're gonna mash A to do a backflip, and it'll look something like that. So it looks difficult, but once you get the practice down, it's pretty simple. So the idea is this: you're gonna C up, you're gonna hold back, you're gonna hold down Z, let go of C up, immediately press A. Just mash A to do the backflip. Right? Yeah. That's the thing about Ocarina of Time. There's like 1,001 ways to do the same trick. So all 20 of those answers could be completely right. It's just a matter of personal preference. For me, I try to break it down into as few steps as possible, so that way that's fewer things I have to think about whenever my mind's also going over routing and like way the hero checks and hints and what kind of dungeons I want to go through. For me, a way to explain it is like slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So if I can break down a trick step by step and make it slow, but still perform it, then I can start doing it smoothly. And then once I do it smoothly, that muscle memory kicks in, and then immediately I'm just doing it super fast. But yeah, Lost Woods, it's foolish. We don't need anything else here. So we're going to go ahead and go to Sacred Forest Meadow, and I'm going to show off another little trick. That might be a bit of a time saver. So first thing you want to do, grab this big boy's attention, and then make him regret ever getting your attention. So now that we have that out of the way, we're going to take a little dip. Oh, I can't do that one. Grab the ledge. You want to Z target, make sure you're staying over here flush. What you can do is like flick the stick over to the left like that, and then target so that you're flush against the wall. Alternatively, if you have a shield here, you could also do a shield flick. But then backflip, you're gonna C up. Usually what I do is the side of this wall here, I want to have just a little bit over to the right side of the middle of the B button icon. And from here, I do the same thing. I hold down Z, let go of C up, and then I'm going to hold up and A at the same time. And then once Link jumps, I want to go slightly right. So it should look something like that. Now, if you're jumping and you just go straight into the water, you're not leaning your stick over to the right enough. It should just be barely right, just enough for Link's jump to kind of shift over to grab that ledge. If you start it from too far, like over here, then Link has to be at even more of an angle to the left in order to get that jump off, which means you'll probably just miss the gap. So I find like falling into the water and grabbing the ledge puts Link at like that very last pixel location to where he can just jump immediately. We've already checked these scents, so no need to do those again. So we're gonna run back here, grab this song. Now with Shop Sandy, this boy is a nice kill because he usually drops like 3 blue rubies or a red ruby. Or 3 red rubies. Holy shit. We got lucky. Now, our song. Okay. So I was hoping for ZL. We got Serenade of Water instead. Not the greatest song, but not the worst song either. So this makes routing to Zora's domain as child a lot faster. So while we're here, let's pull up the song tier list. Okay. So I'm gonna make a new tier. I'm gonna put Serenade there in the mid tier. So the reason why I put Serenade in the mid tier is as child, it's a convenient discount prelude song. As adult, it's a convenient way to get the water temple fast or do any Lake Hylia checks, and that's it. There's no importance towards a dungeon, like it's not absolutely needed to get to the water temple. It's it doesn't unlock another song, it doesn't do any of that, it's just purely for transportation purposes. And that's why I put it in mid tier. It's nice to have whenever you get it, but if you're looking for ZL in this case, you'd rather see ZL instead of Serenade. Alright. So, Forest is a dungeon that we need to do. While we're here, let's go ahead and check some of it. What's the worst that could happen, right? So we're gonna go ahead and go in the forest. Now we don't have strength and we don't have bow, so there's not much we can do here. But at the very least, we can check the Stalfos. I think Saria's would be mid-low because it has 2 checks and you get past Mido if you can't do skip properly. I would probably put Saria's song at like... I would put it in mid tier if you don't know Mido skip. I would put it in low tier if you do know Mido skip. Because if you don't know Mido skip, sometimes you logically need Saria's song to get the Forest Temple. But if you do know Mido skip, you literally just need it for 2 checks. Huge Ruby, getting huge. Yeah, in that case, like, if you have Minuet, the effectiveness of Saria's song diminishes drastically. Same with Epona's song. If you have Requiem, the value of Epona's song drastically diminishes. So, while I'm here, I'm just gonna do some skulls cleanup, get those out of the way. So, Stalfos room. Ideally, you'd have a shield here. You can do this just fine without shield. Just kind of have to bait the boys into doing an attack. And then whenever you do that, kind of get over to the side, jump slash, and then immediately throw out another nut. More often than not, you're going to stun them again. If they go in to try to bait you for another attack. But so long as you're patient, 3 jump slashes isn't enough. Let's see, let's try it from the back. Alright, so he immediately took the bait and tried to jump slash us. And then he did it again. So that's a safe way to do it without shields. Obviously, if you have a Hylian shield, just power crouch stab through the whole thing. Nintendo! Nope, no timer today. This is just a chill, laid-back seed, so if people want to ask me questions, pick my brain, they can do that, and then I can kind of explain my routing decisions too. Alright, so our dip into Forest Temple was a bit of a bust. That's not bad. So, I'm perfectly fine doing the first bit of Forest Temple, because at least now, we have a little bit of Forest Temple done. We can always come back later, finish the rest of the dungeon, and this is at least one bit that we don't have to do. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's warp. Could do Courtyard to Song of Time too. Actually, that's a good point. Let's do that real quick. We might be able to find something else here. So if you don't have bow, you can absolutely go over here, do Song of Time. Get some courtyard checks out of the way. Usually by the time I go to Forest Temple, I at least have one bow. So I just usually go the other way around, but I'll still show off that that hook shot trick. But from here, just come around here, kill these skulls. Shit, sometimes you don't even have to kill the skulls. Just so long as you hook shot up here, you're fine. Alright, so we got past that boy. Courtyard. Should be 3 checks. Yeah, 3 checks. This check here, the check on top of the ledge in the next room, and then the check in the well. Alright, small key. We can get this boy to replenish nuts. Come over here, hit this switch. And we're still looking for 20 skulls, so like any skull we come across here in the Forest Temple, we're just gonna go ahead and grab. Now, before I leave Forest Temple, I'm gonna show off the trick that you can use if you have bow but no Song of Time. Alright. Alright, so while we're here, so say you came in from this location, you have bow and you don't have Song of Time. So what you can do is you can go over here to this wall. At this location here where the ground is slightly higher than the rest of it, you just get flush against the wall, just like you would do the infinite stick trick, backflip. This time, untarget, retarget, do a neutral row, and then pull out your hook shot and aim straight up. If you do that, and then hold forward, you should be able to grab this vine, and that bypasses needing the Song of Time to get over to the other side of the courtyard. Because from here, you can just climb up on the ledge and make it the other way around. Obviously, having long shot at this point makes that trivial, but with hook shot, that's usually what you do to grab the vines. But yeah, this should be theoretically the last check we can do in Forest Temple until we have Strength and Bow. And it's a lot of keys, so eh. Alright, so now we could go to Lake Hylia, or we could go up river. Now that's a place, since we have a Skell. We can't necessarily get into Zora's Domain, but it is another thing we can check on the way back to Hyrule Field, or to Hyrule Castle. So I say in this case, we actually go ahead and do that. That just gets another set of checks out of the way. That would effectively be like Sphere 0, Sphere 1-ish. It does take a little bit of time to get over there, but since we have Skell, we can just warp back in from Lost Woods. Gonna hop off, I may jump back in a little bit, good luck. Alright, thank you, man. Thankfully, I got another Coke Zero sugar. That way my voice doesn't start cracking on me. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this back up. So Forest Temple. We're gonna leave here. And go back down to Sacred Forest Meadow. So a nice little trick you can do here to speed this up. You're gonna start back walking. And as he starts slamming his hammer down, or his club, you get down to the bottom of the stairs. You're going to side hop one direction, back walk a little bit more, and then as he throws his hammer down again, you're going to side hop the opposite direction, and you'll do that a third time. And if you get the timing right, you can literally just back walk right past him and never once get hit. Should look something like this. Actually, let's see here. Should do it like after the second hammer or second club swing. So yeah, that's the idea behind it. Like, you'll hear him slam down the club twice. Once you hear him slam down that club the second time, side hop one direction. On the third club, side hop the opposite way, and then the fourth hit, go the opposite way again. And you can kind of get through there without having to like roll around all over the place. If you need like a little bit of money, there's always a blue ruby over here. But otherwise, we're just gonna go ahead and go back to Kakiri Forest just to get around Mido, because I don't think it's possible to do Mido skip the other way around. Otherwise, it's like extremely hard. So we're gonna head down here. Now we have Skell, we have access to River as a child, but we always have access to River as an adult. And whenever I was first learning Ocarina of Time Randomizer, it was hard for me to remember that. So there would be times where there would be a lot of checks here that I just wouldn't touch as an adult at all. Now, one thing you can do, say if this is an important item here, there is a method to get it without hover boots via Glitchless Jump. So what you're going to do is you're going to target flush against the wall, just like you would for like this infinite stick glitch or anything like that. You're gonna backflip once. You're gonna side hop to the left, and then you're gonna press A for a roll. The roll's gonna kind of go at an angle, and while you're rolling, you're gonna let go of Z, and then hold down Z again. So it should look something like this. So you should be at like kind of a 45-degree-ish angle. And from here, you're going to press A again to neutral row. Link is going to grab the ledge. You're going to target. Once he gets all the way up, you're going to press A to neutral row. You're going to let go of Z, and then you're going to hold straight down. Now, if done right, Link will grab the ledge, and he'll pull himself up. In my case, I probably just didn't hold like true down because my controller is janky. But at speed, it should look something like this. I completely missed it that time. Alright, let's try it one more time. This is what I get. Try to show off tricks, I failed the tricks. Alright. There we go. You just gotta make sure that you're actually holding all the way down instead of like down to the left, which I was doing. But yeah. That's one way to get that check. Also get this hint here. Playing Sun Song in a grave spawns a slingshot. So we already know that. So unfortunately that does nothing for us. Alright. So we're gonna go back down here. We're gonna check this item over here. It's also a Deku Nut. We're also gonna check this open grotto. And then I'm gonna go over another glitchless jump that you can perform if you're here as an adult and you see an important item over on that freestanding piece of heart location. This glitchless jump is like a bit trickier than the other one I just showed you, especially if you don't take care of the Octoroks first, so you definitely want to do that. Alright, we just got purple ruby there. Okay, Gerudo Training Ground is Way of the Hero. So, just like that, we have all 5 of our Way of the Hero locations. So, at this point, we're starting to get out of the early game, and we're starting to get closer to the mid game. And this is where your priorities are going to start to change just a little bit. So we've gotten most of the, like, fairly easy songs, the fairly convenient song locations to grab, except for maybe Bolero, which is going to be a Saria song. Now this is where we start focusing more on getting to our Way of the Hero locations and trying to check those out. So Death Mountain Crater, Goron City, Bottom of the Well, Hyrule Castle, Gerudo Training Grounds. And out of all of those, the ones we can do kind of right now, not full clear, but kind of clear, is Gerudo Training Grounds once we get a shield. Actually, you do it without a shield, I just prefer a shield with it. And Bottom of the Well. So, once we finish checking a few more things here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Child. And we're going to go ahead and head straight to Bottom of the Well. Check a few things there, see if we can do anything there. And then, depending on what item we get, we might go back to Adult, do the work to get the GTG, and kind of go from there. And hopefully between one of those 2 locations, we can start doing some other stuff, like the Dongos Cavern, or Forest, anything like that. Alright. Again, you still kind of want to look at hints whenever you get the chance, because right now we only have information on one foolish location, and that is Lost Woods. With the scrub settings, there are 3 total foolish locations that are hinted. Like in Ganon's Shadow Trial, guards a recovery heart. So the hint that they're talking about here is the vanilla Golden Gauntlets chest in Ganon's castle. So what I'll do is I'll put Strength 3 chest for this hint. And from here, even though this is not an important item, I still want to try to show off the Glitchless Jump that you would normally do in order to get this trick. Or in order to get this check, I should say. Should be an Octorok here too. Yeah, there we go. So ideally you get those boys out of the way. Now from here, you could kind of like get up flush against this wall, and then backflip, flick over to the right, look over, kind of set yourself up for a decent angle, and then just jump over. That gets you up to the first pillar easily enough. The second pillar is a bit tricky, because it doesn't quite line up the way you want it to. So usually I just like move over just a hair over to the right, so that I can jump from this corner and just barely reach the corner of that platform. It's gonna look like an impossible jump, but if at the right position, you should be able to get it. Hey look, we got thick nuts. So that is a way to like glitchlessly get that item without having to... There we go. Dubstep Link, as Kill would call it. But yeah, that's one way to get that item without needing chickens or hover boots or anything like that. If you know that trick, it can make Zora's River quite a bit easier to accomplish. So from here, we're going to head straight to Hyrule Castle. Well, not Hyrule Castle, but Temple of Time. So by this point, we've covered most, if not all, the Sphere Zero checks. And we kind of just have the information that we've uncovered to go off of. And we can also start looking at our dungeons at this point, the ones that are medallions, and kind of think in the back of our mind, okay, what requirements do I need for these dungeons? So first one, Forest Temple. So we already have the hook shot to get into Forest Temple, but as you've seen by dipping Forest Temple, we don't have a bow and we don't have strength. You at least need one level of strength in order to push the blocks in the vertical maze room. And you need bow to hit switches in order to change the layout of the dungeon. Now, the Dongos Cavern just needs a bomb bag or a combination of strength and bomb tunes, but typically a bomb bag is good enough. Now, Water Temple, it's going to need either Iron Boots or another Scout, or it's going to need, it's also going to need Long Shot, logically. So from here, let's see. Yeah, we'll go to, ooh. You know what, let's do this, because it's night. Now, like, we could go immediately to Zora's Domain. Actually, yeah, we could do that right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Zora's Domain via Serenade. And the reason for this is we haven't been hinted that Lake Hylia is foolish. So we can check, like, child fishing. We can check the item over here where Rio's letter would be at. We can get to Zora's Domain pretty fast. We can check that stuff there. And then it's also like a slightly faster way for us to get over to, like, maybe Gerudo Valley if we find a, or not Gerudo Valley, but Goron City if we find a bomb bag, or Kakariko Village to check Bomb of the Well, like any of those. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. We can also route in Scarecrow Song here too. So for fishing, this one's simple enough. This fish over here is always a good enough size to get the reward. So you just catch this little boy. I usually just reel the lure in far enough to where he's gonna chase after it. Sometimes he'll bite, sometimes he won't. Alright, that time he bit. And you just reel him in. Now you could like reel it in a little bit more at a time and get the fish to where he's just like right in front of you. To where as soon as you snag it, you pretty much catch the fish. Just take some practice. And I got ripped off by the fisherman. I'm gonna take your hat whenever I become an adult. Alright. Now, while you're also in Lake Hylia, you could also use the Owl Warp to warp yourself over to Hyrule Market, if that's where you wanted to go pretty fast. Usually for Scarecrow Song, I just play something simple and repetitive. That way I can just throw it out real fast. Alright, what do we got down here? Oh! How about that? It's a Hylian shoe. So I don't have to waste my money and buy one. And it goes with saying, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna buy a ship in these settings. But now that we have a Hylian ship, we can save some money. Alright, so, now that we're in Zora's domain, I'm gonna go over a trick called flame storage. So, the way flame storage is performed is whenever you pull a stick out near a like a flame torch or like a lantern or torch or anything like that, for some reason the stick stays lit, like no matter how long you stand next to it. So if you put away the stick while you're next to the torch, for some reason, like as soon as you pull the stick out, so long as you're in like the same area, the stick will be lit. And we're gonna use that to speed this up. We're gonna speed up the mini game. We're gonna speed up the torch chest. So we're gonna head up here. We're gonna go ahead and turn this bad boy in, and then I'll show you an example of flame storage real quick. Wait. Alright. So we're gonna go over here. What you want to do is you want to like stand pretty close to the torch and put the stick away. If you do it correctly, as soon as you pull the stick back out in the same loading area, it'll be lit. But if you put it away again, it won't be lit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna initiate the diving game. Normally, you would jump straight off the waterfall to collect these rubies to finish the diving game. But we're gonna go use flame storage to speed this this torch chest up. We're gonna take this torch down here and load this area up. And then we're gonna do flame storage here, put it away, dive down into the water, collect our rubies. So, 2 here, and another little tidbit of info. Like, if you're in Zora's domain, you're kind of hard up on cash. Sometimes playing the Zora diving game isn't a bad idea, because if you do it the second time around, you have a chance for a 50 rupee drop. So, there we go. Lit up our torches. Go ahead and light that one up. And boom. What you don't want to do at this point is enter the Zora shop. You do not want to do that. You can go get pods, you can do any of that stuff. Just do not enter the Zora shop. Otherwise, you're gonna have to redo the diving game in order to get the reward. I speak that one from experience because I've messed that one up before. Also, nice little hidden gossip stone that you can check. Okay, so we now know what our Ocarina of Time song is. It's Prelude of Light. That's not bad. So, Prelude, let me go ahead and pull up our songs. So, as far as properties go, so as far as like high tier to mid tier songs, I would put Prelude over Serenade in mid tier. And the reason for this is Prelude is, again, it's another song purely for transportation purposes. It makes child routing much more convenient, unless you have like a save warp like we do here, where it's right outside Temple of Time. For adult, it can be pretty convenient too, if you have like shuffled overworld spawn on. It's just a very fast way to get back and forth between child and adult. Because otherwise, it's going to literally take minutes to go back and forth between ages. Alright. So, let's go turn our diving game in. Hopefully we get something nice. Nah, not really. Not really. Now, while we do have access to Zora's Domain, we don't have Zelda's Lullaby to go check the Fairy Fountain. Nor do we really have anything else to do, because as we got hinted earlier, the boomerang chest in Jabu's belly is dead. There's nothing in it. So there's no chance of us having to go, like, do a faraway dip in Jabu's belly just to find, like, a bow or something like that. It's dead until we find a boomerang. So, what we're going to do here is... Actually, faster way to do this. Instead of going through Lost Woods, we didn't find a bomb bag here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that outwork to go straight to Kakariko. What about the chest? Oh, which chest in Jabu? Are you talking about the chest in Jabu? Or did I not open up the chest at the bottom of the waterfall? Oh, did I not do that? Oops. Yeah, I'll go open that real quick. I got a little too ahead of myself. So yeah, ideally, you would go turn in the, you would go turn in that, that diving game, and then just dive down the waterfall, and then open up this chest here. Good eye, Shadow. Almost forgot about that one. Oh no! Purple. Alright, so from here, I'm going to take the owl to go back up to, like the northern end of Hyrule Field, but only to take that to, Kakariko Village. It's muscle memory, it is. So that's a lot of what Ocarina of Time Randomizer is. It just comes down to muscle memory. And once you start interrupting that muscle memory, your mind just goes haywire. Alright. So the owl's gonna take us out here. We're good on money, so we don't need to farm any. We're gonna go up Hyrule Field to Kakariko. Now, there is... Wow, that was weird. That was really weird. One thing in the back of my head is that there is a frogs check in Zora's River that we could do with Song of Storms, but I'm not entirely worried about it just yet, because I feel like there might be something else in Bottom of the Well that we could do. There's also chickens that we could think of, too. But I feel like we should dip Bottom of the Well first to see what's back here. Now, worst case scenario is that we don't find anything in Bottom of the Well, and we need to come back here with Zelda's Lullaby or Explosives. Best case scenario is we find Explosives in Bottom of the Well, and we can check 2 more things. Alright, so down we go. Sometimes what I like to do is I'll get on this ledge, I'll pop over here and side hop, and if I get it right, sometimes Link will just side hop all the way down the well. If I don't, I'll just move over a bit. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Alright, Bottom of the Well. So, we don't have a whole lot to go off of here, other than it's just Way of the Hero. There's still a decent number of checks that you can get in here. So what I'll do is I'll kind of show off the locations that you can go to, regardless if you have Lens of Truth or Magic or not, because in some settings, there's a lot of the stuff that you can't do in here logically without having magic. So for example, there is a hidden wall here. You might be able to see, like, by this seam that runs up and down the wall. But you can just walk through this and check this chest. Alright, so we got one small key. There are 3 small keys in vanilla bottom of the well. For standard settings, you only need 1 of them. And of course we get 2. Just be careful whenever you open this chest up, because if you go too far over that way, there is a hole that you will drop down. Now, since we don't have ZL, we can do this. You can dive down underneath this little opening in the gate. You can't get that check yet, but you can check the Gibdo room. Now, one way you can check it without having to light anything up is if you look at the coffin, turn around and Z-target, it will actually show you the item inside of the coffin. So what we just saw there was our bow. So now we have to go and do the sticks. Oh, that didn't work. So try your best not to light any of the other torches up, because then you'll have bats coming after you, or Gibdos. This one, a couple of bats are going to pop out anyways. Just nut them. And then drop in there. Alright, so we have found a bow. So I'm going to pull up my window capture real quick. And what I usually do with this is once I get on my notepad, what I'll do is I'll find my bottom of the well way to hero location, and I'll type out a bow. So now I know what item the game kind of wants me to start using in order to get through the scene. Also, that bow looks sweet. Alright. But we're not finished with bottom of the well yet. Yeah, we're just going to stun those boys so they don't burn our shield. Having shield is important. Okay. So, bow kind of lets us do some other stuff in Forest Temple. It's needed to beat Forest Temple. Allows us to do a couple things in Fire Temple based on the key logic. And then obviously you need a bow to kill Ganon. Or Ganondorf. This room you can just go straight in. I usually just nut that skull. You have another hidden room over here on this side. Just be mindful that whenever you're going up from the front, if you try to run up against this wall, this isn't where the hidden wall is. It'll be over here. So from here, the only other things we can really check is this back room. Just be mindful, there is a hidden hole there. We're gonna climb through, crawl through this hole, and I'm gonna show you how I usually navigate through this room. So whenever you get in here, the first thing you want to do is you want to keep hugging that wall to the left, like this. Throw out a nut so you can stun the bats. Walk over to the chest. Now from here, there's a setup I do to make sure I don't fall into the hole. I'm gonna go to this back wall here, I'm gonna target it so I'm flush against the wall. I'm gonna backflip once, and I'm gonna side hop to the right until I'm right in front of the next door, and I'm just gonna walk straight and go through the door. So it should look like this. Hopefully, you don't get sniped by the bats. And then from here, what you could do is jump down this way, but if you have strength, it's not going to work. So I just keep straight down that way. Just keep against that wall so you don't fall into the hole. Because you don't want to fall down that way. Instead, you want to fall into a different location. If you want to get that chest down at the bottom, I'm going to show you that real quick. This trick, I want to say it's out of logic, but it is doable. So what you're going to do here is you're going to light these bomb flowers with a stick. You're going to light it up over here. So you should just be able to jump slash, and it'll light the bomb flower over on the other side. And then from there, you would use strength to pick up the bomb flower and carry it over to break this this set of boulders over here. And that's one way to get that check without bombs or anything. Actually, oh yeah, you still can't pick it up. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for Bomb in the Well right now. Not much else we can do here. One thing we will have to keep in mind is once we find explosives and once we find Zelda's Lullaby, it might be worth it to re-dip Bomb in the Well, just in case we need to find anything else. But now it's time for everyone's favorite overworld check. Not favorite. Chickens! So, there's a couple different ways to do chickens. Usually what I do is like a strat that I'll usually see speedrunners do. And that is to grab this chicken all the way out here. So we'll grab this chicken first. And while you're running with the chickens, you don't want to try to run forward because it's kind of slow. You want to try to backwalk if you can. But I'll throw this chicken over here. I'll run towards this box, roll into it, but not grab the chicken. Instead, I'm going to keep moving. And I'm going to show you why I do that. So, whenever you go to pick up a chicken, one of the properties it has is whenever you go to release it, the chicken runs immediately opposite the direction that you're at. So I could walk over here, or over here, and the chicken is going to go the opposite way. What you're doing is you're kind of using that information to your advantage to get the chicken to run into a location closer to the pin. So we're going to do that here too. We're going to throw these two chickens out this way. We're going to go grab this chicken. And if you can see, the chickens are running straight away from me, but they're running straight to the pin too. So from here, it's just a matter of grabbing the chickens and then throwing them into the pin. Now we're going to grab this chicken. Yo, Zelda! I think this is a really neat stream you're hosting. It's so cool to learn all your secrets and techniques. Well, I mean, I do have exclamation mark cheat. Well, hopefully you're doing good today. Alright, so we're going to throw this chicken out. Pretty much around that same area. The idea is pretty much the same. You want the chicken to kind of like run off that way towards the well. Jump up here if you're lucky. You'll grab the ladder before you fall completely down. Grab this chicken here. Glide yourself on down. One way to speed this up, you can throw them here, throw a nut, they immediately start running. Grab this chicken, kind of backwalk with them. But the idea is pretty much the same. You just want to use the chicken's run pathing to like wrangle them over to this pin. And then there you go, all 7 chickens for a red ruby. I know you're a redhead and all, but that was bad. Doing good, still at work for 2 more hours, so I'm gonna lurk, have fun, give them fellas some big brains. I will try my best. So from here, I've also noticed that the sun is fairly low in the sky, or getting low in the sky. So while I'm here, I'm also gonna do Night Kakariko. So that consists of collecting skulls and checking Dampy's grave digging tour. Normally I would just stand out here, but if you have Sunsong, just play Sunsong. That's like the only time this song is important. Alright, so Kakariko Village. So what we're gonna do here is do our little infinite stick trick. So we don't have to burn through a bunch of sticks. Ow! So we're already at 12 tokens. So I've been not keeping track of these the skull tracker for very long, but we do have enough skulls to where we can check the first check in the skull house. But while we're at it, let's go ahead and get the others, because that'll get us up to 15 tokens. Actually, there's another skull we can get over here with the Slingshot that we get us up to 16. I think 15 will be nice for now. So yeah, let's go in here and see what our 10 is. Nuts. Alright, so that got us nothing. Time to go to Dampy Digging. So from here, there's not a whole lot you could still do in Goron City at the moment because we don't have magic, we don't really have a fire source or anything like that. We don't really have explosives. I take that back. There's our strength. So, that opens up quite a bit for us. We could go finish Forstum, which gets us another song. We could start doing the Dongos Cavern, which might be a good play. Actually, I'm not might, that's always a good play, unless the Dongos Cavern is foolish. So now it's starting to get to that mid-game, to where the, like, the early game goals that we have now are gonna kind of turn into, like, mid-game goals. So instead of, like, let me switch this around a bit. Alright, so properties. Oh, not that one. Next. This one. Alright, so instead of early game goals, they're like mid-game goals. So the priorities for getting songs, not as much of a priority. It kind of flips. So it goes down to getting songs and then checking hints kind of takes a back seat to checking Way of the Heroes and then dipping dungeons. And then at this point, like, you're still wanting to check your Sphere Zeros if you still have Sphere Zeros in the seed that aren't, like, foolish or anything like that. And honestly, at this point, I would switch Way of the Heroes and check dungeons first. So we'll delete that and do that. That would kind of be my mindset for mid-game, is dip dungeons, then check Way of the Heroes, then check Sphere Zeros, get songs, and then get hints. So, with my mindset now, I'm thinking, okay, we can complete Forest Temple, we can get pretty far into the Dongos Cavern. Once we get access to Fire, which we should have access to Fire Temple now, we can do a little bit of a dip into Fire Temple, just to see if we're, like, hammerlocked or anything. But yeah, that's pretty good progress to start out now. Kind of unfortunate that strength was on Dampy Digging, because that can be a pain in the ass to route in. I've seen it throw some people for a loop. It's thrown me for a loop too. So, with that being said, there are still not that many checks you can get in Goron City as a child. You can get some of them with adult, which is nice. So I think that's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to go back to adult. We're going to check the Dongos Cavern, see how far we can get in there. Hopefully we find like a bomb bag or something like that in there to full clear it. If not, no biggie, we can go back into the Dongos Cavern. We'll route in Goron City. We'll route in Death Mountain Crater to see what we can find there. And then we'll use that warp in Goron City to go back to the Lost Woods, back to the Forest Temple, and finish that up. So I think that's the game plan right now. So we're going to save warp, because this is going to take us to the Temple of Time. Do you think it's helpful to memorize what items are necessary to beat certain dungeons? That way you know what dungeons you can clear when you receive that item. I feel like I could never remember that at all. Yes, I think it is helpful. It's like whenever you're running through your first few scenes, it might not be super important because you're not. The goal's not really to move super fast. The goal's just to eventually beat the game. But there is a nice list of like items required for each dungeon that you can find on the Randomizer website. Actually, let me pull that up real quick. I'll just link it for y'all real quick. So let me put this in performance mode. Pull up Google. And then I'm gonna pull up their wiki. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Vanilla dungeon requirements. Let me see if I can put this in a window capture real quick. Wait, is this the right window capture? No. There should be a different window capture I have. Is it this one? Oh, it ain't that one. We're gonna hide that one. Alright, I'll just, actually. Yeah, I'll just use this one. I feel like I would need to do a vanilla run through to remember what items are needed for what dungeons, but of course a list resource would be much easier. Yeah, so I'll just switch this up real quick. So instead of my new checks, I'm gonna pull up Chrome. Oh god, it's huge. Why did I do this to myself? Okay. So this is a list of vanilla dungeon requirements. I don't know if you can see that too well or not. If you're on a tablet or a phone, it might be harder to see, but what I will do is copy and paste a link for y'all to see in the chat. So, vanilla dungeon requirements, basically this just goes down the list of all the items that you would theoretically need to beat a dungeon in logic. So, for example, inside the Deku Tree, logically, you need a Deku Shield to deflect the nuts from the Deku Shrubs. You need a Deku Stick to light the torch and burn the basement webs. Deku Nuts isn't, like, outright required, but if you want to beat the Deku Tree without a Slingshot, you need Deku Nuts. Because that's the only other way you're going to be able to stun Goemon. The Kikiri Sword in most settings is not going to be logically required to beat Deku Tree, because Deku Sticks. You can just buy Deku Sticks. And in Slingshot, if you don't know the B1 skip, you will logically need Slingshot to beat the Deku Tree. And then it also says stuff about the Skulltulas, so if you want to get the Skulltula in the very back room, it requires Boomerang and Explosives. Dongos Cavern, it goes down that list. Inside Jobby Jobby's belly, it goes down that list. As you go down the list, you find that the in-game dungeons require progressively more and more items. So like Shadow Temple, Gerudo Training Grounds, Spirit Temple's probably got the longest list, because you have to have a way to actually get the Spirit Temple and stuff to actually do the dungeon. And then Ganon's Castle just takes the cake. Like, Ganon's Castle has like so many different things for each trial, and this is just for vanilla. But this is a very good way to kind of visualize what kind of items you need for each dungeon. Maybe at some point, if I get good at like making graphs or like icons and shit, I could do like a thing where like I make like a column for each dungeon, and it'll show like the icon for each item that you would normally need for it, but that's if enough people ask for it. Alright, so let me go ahead and go back to my properties, and I will put in my notepad again. Oh, here we go. Oh, we need to make that big boy again. Alright, I'll just set that down here and minimize it. And we'll let it sit out of this. Alright, so we're back to adulting. We have a bow. We have a hook shot. We have a shield. We have a nice shiny sword. So my first thought is to immediately go to the Dongos Cavern and see what we can do there. Now, do we have a fast way there? Not really. So we're just gonna have to hoof it. All the while, I'm also keeping in the back of my mind, like, what other way the hero locations we have that we can eventually knock out later. So, like, our pathing is gonna take us through Goron City, Death Mountain Crater. We'll be able to check like a decent amount of stuff there. Now, there's still other stuff that we'd have to do in Bottom of the Well. Because we didn't have explosives and we didn't have ZL, or Zelda's Lullaby. Hyrule Castle, we still need Zelda's Lullaby and explosives to get that check. And then Gerudo Training Ground, we have a bow, so we can do that almost immediately. So my thought process right now is we will try to exhaust like whatever routing we're gonna do here through the Dongos Cavern and Forest Temple. Once we get finished with that, unless we find like a bomb bag or something, I immediately want to go back to GTG to start checking stuff in there, because we might find a bomb bag, like, very first thing. So, the Dongos Cavern, let's go ahead and get it out of the way. With strength, you're able to pick up these bomb flowers. It makes it... It's a little slower than having a bomb bag, and it's a lot slower than having a hammer, but you still want to get your dungeons out of the way. You can get this trick, or you can get this hint check. Just make sure that you're still looking at the bomb as you're climbing up here, so that the bomb doesn't like call out and just vanish and disappear. Otherwise, that mud wall won't break. Alright, we already got that. So we're gonna go over here. And we gotta wait for this bad boy to open up. Come on. There we go. Alright. We're really healthy today. Alright. So, without bomb bag, one way you can do this is with strength, you're going to pull this bomb flower up, and you're going to drop it in the middle. So if you set that up right, if you look over here, that bomb flower has just enough time to regenerate so it can blow up again and complete the chain. And then, of course, do the same thing over here. Now, with strength alone, there's only so much you can do in the Dongos Cavern. If you get up to the very top and you don't have a way to light the eyes, like via bomb bag or bomb juice, you're just stuck. You still have to come back in here to redo the dungeon. But, at the very least, you could hit the switch to make the platform lift up higher, so that then you don't have to go all the way through the back. Usually what I'll do is I'll just like do little jumps here to skip corners. Just a little time saving measure. You don't necessarily have to do it. But I feel like once you get more comfortable with movement, it is something that can shave like a couple seconds off. Same with that. If you can get the timing down to do a side hop while you're about to walk on the switch, you can save yourself a bit of time. Now, I have fallen down that hole before because I waited too long to turn around and row. Now, over here, like, there's a couple ways to get over to this location. You could jump over to this platform, or you could hookshot up there. So, like, one way is just straight up hookshot. Now, normally I would do a bomb jump or a ground jump to get over to this ledge. I, however, do not have bombs, so we're going to have to do a glitchless jump to get over here. The way you set that up, it's not a fairly, how should I say, not like a really strict trick, but you basically want to aim for this corner, either the left hand or the right hand side, and you want to run up basically this angle. You don't want to be too close to this wall, because if you're too close, Link doesn't get like the full jump, he just kind of hops down. So, something like that. And then from there, you can just quick shot yourself up to this chest, open it, and boom. Alright, so we found nothing inside the Dongos Cavern. That's okay though. So we can hit this switch, it allows us to go right back up here to the top. From there, once we get bomb bag, we can check that mud wall over there, we can blow those eyes up, and we can go kill King Dodongo. So, that's all it is for the Dongos Cavern. Pretty straightforward. So, we're gonna head up to Goron City. We're gonna start doing some checks there. As you can see, usually I try to like backwalk up Death Mountain Trail to save me a little bit of time. It takes time and practice to like get what like direction you want to get. Usually like the 1 or 2 seconds of like walking to get the right angle is decently worth it. So with that, you can use a bow to blow up the bomb flowers. You could also use strength to just pick it up and throw the bomb at them. Usually I find this one to be more forgiving because you can just literally wait for him to roll right up against the bomb flower. And then I threw it. Look at that! We got ourselves another skull. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and mark that. We'll pull back up the window capture. So for Goron City, we got a skull. Alright, so what that's telling me is a couple of things. Either We might need to do something at the laboratory dive. There might be something on, say, the Tektite Grotto in Lake Hylia. That might have been our first logical skill to get to Zora's domain, or shall I say, Zora's River. It might want us to be doing that for Gold Scale Water Temple. There's a number of different things, but what we do know is now we have like a bit more of a, like we have a bit more tunnel vision for our routing. Like we know there's going to be something tied to this skull that we need to get in order to progress through the seed. So I'll go ahead and minimize that. Now there's still not a whole lot we can do here. While we have one level of strength and that's nice, we still don't have like the level of strength needed to like check the boulders or anything like that. The boulder room up here on the west side of the map. What we can do though is get this skull. And now we're at 17. So only 3 more skulls, we'll be up to 20. If you ever need some fast money, there's always a red ruby that pops up there. Alright, so Death Mountain Crater is also Way of the Hero. There's a green ruby, so we don't need that. A hook shot here. Oh, goodness. Alright, so we found Saria's Song here. So Saria's Song is in Way of the Hero Death Mountain Crater, so I'm going to go ahead and put that down as an item we found. And then as far as songs go, let me pull up properties real quick. And what I'm going to do here is put Saria down on low tier. And the reason why I put Saria's Song down on low tier is if you know Mino Skip, Saria's Song becomes far less valuable, and you only need it for 2 checks in the game. The Darunia check, which we already know is dead, and the Skull Kid check, which we already know Lost Woods is foolish. So, like right now what I'm thinking as Death Mountain Crater was Way of the Hero, the seed is probably wanting us to use Saria's Song to perform, or to get past Mido in order to get to Forest Temple. Right now, that's the only thing I'm thinking about with Death Mountain Crater. There's also the frogs as well. That is true. There is frogs. With this setting that, well, there is always a chance that frogs too could be an important item, at which point, yeah, you would need Saria's Song for that. But in this case, with this seed, Frogs 2 is dead. So, like, all the applications we would need for Saria's Song at this point is pretty much moot for this seed. Because we've already been into Forest Temple, we can perform Mido check to get back there. So long as you know that trick, Saria's Song is, like, vastly diminished. So let's go ahead and minimize that. From here, we could take a cheeky dip into Fire Temple and see how far along we could get in there. I would probably consider that if we had explosives, but right now we don't. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to come back in here to reset the timer. We're going to check the side over here, see what kind of item we get. Because just because we've found one item in a Way of the Hero location doesn't necessarily mean that there's no more items. There could be 2, 3, maybe even 4 items that are important here. In this case, we got a bomb bag. Now that's pretty important. So, what I do here is I open up my notepad, I put down Sorry Song, I put down bombs. So we finally have a bomb bag. From here, now I feel like that Depth of Fire Temple might be a little bit better. So, I'm gonna void out. I'm gonna grab a heart. A hook shot over here. So the idea, the intent of the Fire Temple dip, we know it's a Medallion dungeon. We know we can go beat the Dongos Cavern now. Kind of what I want to do here is see like how far we're hammerlocked into it. It might be a case where we're just like immediately hammerlocked, or very rarely it might be a case where we just find a major item for a different dungeon. There's been several seeds where I've came in here for a dip and ended up finding hookshot on this very chest. Or you find boss key. So what this tells me is that we're immediately hammerlocked. But finding a super fast boss key means we can immediately go kill Volgia once we get hammer. So that's pretty cool. So we're gonna save more. That's debatable if you want to do like the Fire Temple dip or not. Depending on like the items I have, I'll do it. It's a much more forgiving dip if you have Bolero, because then you could just play Bolero to get yourself right back out. But mainly I do that more for information, just to see, okay, do I immediately need hammer upon getting here? Because then at least I know that hammer's gonna be out in the out somewhere else, instead of like the worst case scenario of hammer actually being like French vanilla within Fire Temple. Alright, so yeah, the idea is to continue doing DC, but while we're here, let's check a few more things. So we got more Death Mountain Crater that's open to us because of Bomb Bag. Also, if you want to get up here a little bit faster, just aim for that spot on the ladder, and you should grab that ledge. We'll check this chest. It's a nut. Ooh, okay. So, this is pretty good news. We just found out that the Water Temple is a foolish choice. So, I usually just put down Water Temple. So, what this tells us is that Water Temple, while being a Medallion dungeon, is not going to have anything inside of its dungeon to complete itself or any other dungeon that we need to beat to complete the seed. That's very good information to have. So, we're not going to find a progressive hook shot in there, we're not going to find iron boots, we're not going to find anything else to beat that dungeon. But we still got banging music for Water Temple. So, neat little trick with these. You can, like, hook shot the very bottom of them, and it just pops you up to the very top of the wooden platform. Here, if you don't want to, like, waste a bomb, you kind of, like, run at this boulder at an angle, do a roll, and then so long as you keep that angle, you just kind of jump over. Now this, what I do here, is whenever you get into this room, you can toss a bomb over this boulder to kind of blow that one up. If you come at it from like along this side of the wall, so what I'll do is I'll like shield drop an explosive here, toss one over, and then you get both those boulders blown up almost immediately. And shield drop the term for that is you pull a bomb out, and then you use your shield, and then Link immediately drops the bomb underneath of them. Fairly straightforward. That way you don't have to press A or anything like that. There we go! And now we have our Iron Boots. So this just gets more and more interesting. So, usually I just call these irons inside of Goron City. So now we have Skell and Iron Boots inside of Goron City. Interesting mix up here. So the Iron Boots could be directly leading to Water Temple. The Skell could be leading to Laboratory Dive. Or it could be leading to like access to Zora's Domain or Zora's River or anything like that. So we'll go ahead and put that back up. Okay, so here's something interesting. That could possibly be our very first logical bottle. So I'm going to put Blue Fire. Blue Fire is only really useful for one thing. Actually, two things. Ice Cavern and thawing King Zora out. So we're going to keep that in mind, because it looks like we're going to be having to dip Ice Cavern. And it's nice that we got Blue Fire immediately, because now we can go thaw out King Zora before we ever go into Ice Cavern. We don't have to backtrack. We already know that now. Okay. So that's about all we can do for Goron City at this point. And I missed. We could do other stuff as a child. Like the, Hot Rodding Goron. Once we find magic, we can do the Goron Pot. But for now, I want to finish up the Dongos Cavern. Or as Matryoshka would call it, the Dongos Cavern. So yeah, if you ever find an important item back here, you just backflip. So long as you do it with like a decent angle over to the left. Go backflip down here on this this ledge, where you can grab that money. Alright. Time to finish this. Usually you can get over here just enough time for the platform to rise back up. From here... Ah! So close. So there is a method to where, like, if you stagger how long you pull the bombs out, you could have those bombs blow up, but blow up the eyes at more or less the same time, to where that cutscene is a little bit faster. We got bundle of arrows. Okay. Alright, now to go fight King Dodongo. Back walk over here. As an adult, you can grab this ledge, which makes this area far easier. This pot in particular here is always a bomb drop. So if you're ever running low on bombs before you go fight King Dodongo, you can always grab that. Now here's a trick with these blocks. If you hold down target, you can almost immediately side hop or backflip or anything right out of the animation of pushing the block. So what I'll do is I'll hold target, and as I'm about to push the block in, I'll start to mash side and A for a side hop. I'd say about 90% of the time I get at least one side hop out of it. down here. We're gonna fight King Dodongo. Granted, I've been streaming this for like 3.5 hours or so, but usually by this time I'd probably have like the Dongos Cavern done within about an hour, maybe longer. Mainly because with strength being on Dampy's digging, it's just gonna be out of the way. It's gonna be one of the last things I check as far as Sphere Zero stuff. Alright, and the Dongos Cavern is finished. So now we have our explosives for Hyrule Castle and Bomb the World. But we don't have Zelda's Lullaby yet. So I'm thinking Zelda's Lullaby might be on the reward for Forest Medallion. You know what, just for kicks and giggles, we'll grab this. Because now we got 9 heart pieces. So at this point, thinking about our requirements for the dungeons, both Forest and Water Temple, Forest, Water, and Fire Temple, we have everything we need for Forest Temple. We can go beat that now. So that's what we're gonna go ahead and do. We'll grab this boy just to get closer to 20. Alright, 18. You go up here. The reason why I'm going up here instead of going throughout Hyrule Field is just because Goron City's gonna have that warp that takes us straight out to Lost Wood. With explosives, we can also get this. It's junk. So, like, as I'm going to my destination, I'm still trying to check as many things that are, like, not too far out of the way as possible. So, that kind of makes checking more efficient, consolidates it to where you're not having to do as much backtracking. Now, with some scenes, backtracking is inevitable, just because of the way the logic can be set up. Sometimes there's just no way around it. But yeah, anytime you can prevent backtracking, it's better than nothing. If you were super serious about speedrunning and saving every second possible, do you think it would be worth skipping getting extra heart containers if you felt confident in your skills for defeating Ganon? That is a good question. And the answer for me is a yes. So in the Season 5 tournament settings, actually, let me go find that grotto real quick, and I'll show you real quick. Wait, ain't it? Where am I going? Oh, yeah, here we go. Everything's dark. I don't think you would want to skip heart containers for double damage seeds though, right? Usually not. Usually, if there's like a heart container or a heart piece, I'll probably go out of my way for those. But, case in point, with Season 5 tournament settings, they have a setting called chest size matches contents. So, what you'll see is, like, you'll come down here to this grotto and you'll see this chest. And those settings, a small chest would always be a junk item. So, something like a bundle of arrows, some rubies, heart pieces, heart containers, stuff like that. If I found a large item down here, it would be a major item. Like, basically anything on this tracker, like a bottle, a hammer, ice arrows, light arrows, neighbor's love, dense fire, anything major could be in a big chest. So usually the risk reward is to skip any of the small chests that you see in order to make your seed a little bit faster, but also knowing that once you get to in-game dungeons, you may only have 4 or 5 hearts. Yo, Aces, how's it going, man? Ooh, I like that emote. Aces hype. Hell yeah. But yeah, like me personally, I feel fairly confident in my skills at fighting bosses without dying. Even Ganon. I'm not too worried about that. Because as far as damage goes, the most damage you can take in an attack in this game is like 4 hearts. The thing that can become a concern is if you go into like Fire Temple or Water Temple and you only have 4 or 5 hearts and you're having to deal with that timer. That can make things a bit more tedious. It's an Ooter moment. Indeed, it is Ray Dodongo. Also, Ray Dodongo is about to show y'all something real quick. Ray Dodongo is about to show you a ground jump. Are you ready? So what you do as Dodongo, you drop a bomb. You shield it, pull your sword out. While targeting, you hold down shield button and A button at the same time. And then you suddenly find you can no longer swing your sword or use any of your other items. You may think to yourself, oh no, the Dodongo is flaccid, whatever will he do? But wait, the Dodongo can jump. As soon as you do a side hop or a backflip, the Dodongo will jump forward, and you can use that to grab ledges. There's also another way to do it. By pressing shield and A at the same time. And that is the Dodongo's lesson for today. Goodbye, chat. Alright, I'm back. Yo, K9, what's up, man? Just going through like a slow-paced Ocarina of Time randomizer. Just kind of doing like a tips and tricks tutorial for those that are like wanting to learn more about randomizer, want to like improve their skills, like improve their routing. So basically it's like an opportunity for me to like play through a randomizer pretty slowly, allow you guys to like pick my brain in case you all have any questions about like what kind of tricks I'm doing or what kind of routing decisions I have. Also, welcome Angels Does Stuff. Hopefully you're having a good day. As a person who practices voices, that was a good accent. Nah, shitty accent. That was supposed to be Spanish, just like half-ass. But it's just a running joke. So at this point, I just keep doing it. What am I doing? I should have nuts here. There we go. Dunked. Alright. So we've dipped a little bit of Forest Temple. As you can see by the 3 keys. There's not much else left here but to complete it. So that's what we're gonna do. One fast way through this room, you just throw a nut down, stun them. You don't have to worry about killing them at all. This room is a pain in the ass, not gonna lie. There's a couple of different ways to do it. You could have hover boots here, and like hover over to that ledge, and then hover over to that indent in the wall with the door. You could use Pharaoh's Wind to make pathing a little bit faster. Supposed to be a Spanish, then yes, bad, but Irish-German mitts, good. I'll take that. I'll take Irish-German. Yeah, hopefully you've been having a good day. So I'll push that block all the way up to that point, and then from here I'll go upstairs. I'll take this block, I'll push it until it makes that thud sound where it's hit the wall. And then I'll walk off of that. Use the bow to check this. Preferably with good aim. I'll check this chest. It's another key. So what I'll do here is I'll like target flush to the chest, turn around, side hop, slash, and then I'll jump slash. And if you do it correctly, you'll bounce off that wall and land over here. And that allows you to just get back to this platform fast enough to push this block in. I have woke up 6 PM, had a long stream last night, but it was a fun stream. Hell yeah, what were you streaming, man? And I'll climb up here, pop this one in, boom. Now I don't have to worry about the blocks at all. So at this point, since I don't have hovers or Pharaoh's Wind, I'm going to do a little jump slash recoil trick to get down to this indent. Now this one, I kind of eyeball it. There is a setup for it. I can't remember the setup, so I just eyeball it. So what I do is I get my sword out. I usually get right up against this I don't know, the rope, I guess you would call it. So then what I do is I see up, and what I'm trying to look for is this hilt of the Master Sword on the B icon. I want it just to the right of this line that's right below it. Not on it, but just to the right. Like maybe that far over? That looks good. I'll hold down Z target, let go of C up, and from here, just press A for a jump slash. If you have the proper angle, you'll hit that wall, and the recoil will kind of send you down, but you'll like pop in underneath that ledge, and it'll give you like a little anti-gravity property that kind of floats you down here. Trials Rising was doing another bike for a streamer in Australia. It was Tron themed. Oh hell! That looks pretty cool. I like me some Tron bikes. So another nice way to use crouch stabs just kills those things faster. So like a combination of nuts and crouch stabs will make that room go by pretty easily. From here, just grab this chest. So we have a lot of small keys. And go ahead and get this boy for his stick. We're gonna go over here. Grab this skull. We should be pretty close to 20 now. Yeah, I think we'll be right at 20 whenever this dungeon's finished. So, that trick that we just did earlier with the jump slash recoil is fairly significant for this dungeon, because if you don't do that, you have to climb all the way up to the top of this room. You have to use the bow to like twist, or like untwist the room that's after this, fall down a hole, kill 2 bubbles, and end up in that same location where I just killed that skull, just to get that that room where you could kill that floor master. And then you have to climb all the way back up again once you've done that. Crouch stab is just shield and don't move. Yes, so crouch stab is without Z target, just hold down your shield button, and then press B. That's all it is to it. The nice thing about crouch stabs is the damage, there is no damage tied to the crouch stab, so it mimics whatever you did last. So say I do a jump slash, these crouch stabs will deal jump slash damage. And it's useful whenever you're fighting things like Stalfos or Iron Knuckles or anything that has like a lot of health. You'll actually see it up here pretty soon whenever I start fighting these Stalfos. So yeah, we untwist this room. We're gonna go grab this chest. Spawn bag. You can climb up this side and then jump over here to grab this ledge, and it's a little bit faster than going up the ladder. Alright, no problem. Go back in here. Twist the room back up again. And then we'll have access to the pose. Alright, so there is a little bit of a time saver here. You can jump over here, jump slash. You can skip that metal platform. Just make sure that you have a good angle and you release your jump slash, like, not necessarily at the top of your jump, but a little bit after the top of your jump, because if you release it too early or too late, you're going to fall straight down to the bottom. As I do many, many times. These rooms are pretty self-explanatory. You just kind of stay at the middle platform so that it doesn't spawn the picture behind you. And then just shoot it. How you doing, Aces? Oh, also, this trick has nothing to do with Zootr. It's just pretty fun to do, though. Bumdo has called it the dunk. The funny thing is that if you do it a little bit further up, You can get yourself some dubstep. But yeah, that's all there is to it. It's a silly joke. Wow, I missed! Okay. So you can use nuts to make these guys reappear. I mean, girls. And that makes the fight a lot faster. You literally just throw a nut at them to make them reappear, do a jump slash, repeat. With Biggorin Sword, it takes one less jump slash to kill them. There's our boss key! So to kind of show you how big of a difference crouch stabs do, I'm gonna kill this Stalfos with crouch stabs. And now the next two that pop in, I'm gonna kill one without the crouch stabs, just normally. And now this boy, I'm gonna kill with crouch stabs. Except he's not being baited like his other buddy. There we go. So like, the normal fight, it took like 5, maybe 6, I think 5 stabs to kill the Stalfos. Whereas with the powder crouch stabs, after you do a jump slash, it only takes 3. And now we got a Poe in a bottle. Actually, we got 3 bottles. But yeah, Aces, are you excited for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak? Alright. Let's get this down. This one. And sniped. Same process with this Poe. You can just nut him to make him reappear, jump slash. Alright, we found a pack of bomb chews. So, bomb chews can come in pretty handy. In Ocarina of Time, like, standard settings, they're never in logic. Unless you're doing, like, specific seeds. The only time you would absolutely need a bomb chew is if you're in Ganon's castle. And I'll show that off once we get there. But, regardless, bomb chews can be really helpful because they can be explosives that are used faster. They have a decent amount of utility to them. So here, this room's fairly simple. Just line yourself up with a torch, shoot an arrow through it. If you have a magic source and you have Din's fire or fire arrows, you can speed this room up considerably by just like launching a fire arrow from here or just walking over and using Din's fire. Because so long as you have anything to melt the ice, the switch activates. So a neat trick for this, as you go down the hole, you could do a jump slash to ricochet yourself off the wall. And if you're fast enough, well, this boy's trying to get me. If you're fast enough, you can roll to this white cube or square here, and you will not void out. From there, just hit the switch, and then I'm just gonna wait. But generally, like, you can hit the switch and then make it to this treasure chest. Okay. So we got Biggorin Sword claim check. The Biggorin check has not been hinted to be dead. We haven't found one yet, so we might turn that in. Alright, so this one, I usually take this block, push it over here. I feel like everyone has like their own path to solving this puzzle. I've just been doing this method for so long since childhood that I just never learned anything else. that fast enough, you can get up the ledge before the cutscene starts. It's a little bit of a time saver. Same room, just basically nut the skull and then row through. And now fourth Po. This fight's pretty self-explanatory. You just be patient, wait to see the ghost that spins, and then shoot it. Like, you can pull off, do a few shenanigans. This is basically the goof-off fight. Alright. So we're gonna go down here. Usually I face towards the front of the dungeon, so I can just side hop and then push this forward, which opens up a room right behind me so that I can then hit the switch. I go back to that same block, push it forward, and then off to the left, there's going to be another room that opens up. I just line up with that, back walk to the switch, same pattern basically. Go to this block, push it forward, and yet again another room opens up. This one has a chest in it with a skull, so like if I need to do some more skull cleanup, I'll grab this skull and I'll grab this chest too. And boom, we got our 20. Alright, so we're at 20 skulls. We're about to beat Forest Temple, so a couple things are about to happen. So, with Forest Temple being the Forest Medallion, we're gonna have access to a new song once we go back to the Temple of Time. Additionally, we will now have 4 medallions, which gives us access to Ganon's castle. But that's only in the scrub settings. If you're in like Season 5 tournament, you won't have access to Ganon's castle until you collect all 6 medallions. But anytime you're playing a setting where the requirements for Ganon's castle is different from the requirements for Ganon's boss key, make sure you know what those requirements are for both. That way, you know about at what point you need to go to like Ganon's castle to start checking some stuff. Especially if you got lucky and you got like golden gauntlets early on in the scene, because then you have access to like light trial and all sorts of different stuff. So this fight, I just kind of like wait for him to throw a beam at me, and then I just hit it back at him. If you're fast enough, you can get a jump slash and then some more power crouch stabs into him. Ideally, if you're going for the 2 cycle, you want to try to get 3 hits in every time he gets stunned. Because if you fail to do that, if you miss 1 hit on the second time he gets stunned, he's left at 1 HP, and he starts throwing out some weird shenanigans, like throwing out like a rainbow drill attack. It's annoying. And it also allows you to avoid the tennis back and forth that takes a little bit more time. So we got 4 simple done. Boom. Now we just need water and fire. So for Water Temple, we need Longshot and Zelda's Lullaby. For Fire Temple, we need a hammer. So those are really the only things that we have left to look for, besides light arrows. But we'll have light arrows hinted to us once we get access to Ganon's castle. and get his boss key. So I think for now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go straight to the Temple of Time. Unfortunately, we don't have a fast way back there. Like, we don't have a warp song or anything like that because Prelude is on Ocarina of Time. So we're just gonna backwalk. Because I still want to get that song. I'm kind of hoping it will be Zelda's Lullaby. Because at this point, it can't be inside of Ice Cavern. We know it's not on the Ocarina of Time check. It can't be inside of the real family tomb because Zelda's Lullaby is required to get inside of that. Which leads... Let's see. It probably couldn't be on the Nocturne of Shadow check either, because Nocturne of Shadow requires us to also beat Water Temple, and Water Temple most likely needs Zelda's Lullaby to beat it. Alright, so we're gonna go back in here. Now we could take like a slight dip inside of Ganon's castle to see what we find there, but I still have two Way of the Hero locations that I haven't really dipped into at all. One of them being Hyrule Castle, and the other one being GTG. Well, there's our Minuet of Forest. That's unfortunate. Alright, so... maybe it does want us to dip Water Temple and we just find, maybe we just find our boss key super early in the dungeon. That could be it. Don't think it could be, it could be Ice Cavern. Bolero check? No, we already did Bolero check, that was Saria's song. Let's see, what else did we get? Ah, already got it. Okay. Sun Song. There is a song requirement I'm missing. That's sorry, the song itself, is it? No. So, yeah, I think we're gonna go straight into Gerudo Training Grounds. See what we find there. That's the next thing we can do. There's our boys! Now, what we could do is this. Go ahead and get Epona. And then, that way Epona is pretty close to us to where we could do, say for example, horseback archery. Or anything else that would require Epona back here. Just basically just Epona. Just horseback archery. But I feel like we're gonna dip Gerudo Training Ground first. Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking the only check it could be on, Zelda's Lullaby could only be on Nocturne of Shadow now. And I'm thinking about it because I only have 4 songs left to get. One of them is the Ocarina of Time check, which is Prelude. The other one is the other 2 are Ice Cavern, which needs Zelda's Lullaby. And the Sun Song check, which also needs Zelda's Lullaby. Which means by doing all that, The only thing it could be on is Nocturne, which means whenever we get to the Water Temple, we're gonna find boss key in a location that doesn't require Zelda's Lullaby. Right. So everything else is locked behind Zelda's Lullaby except for Nocturne. Which is weird because usually you need Zelda's Lullaby for a lot of Nocturne. In this case, I don't think we do need it. So you can do this room without long shot. Just kind of stand in this location here, where I'm at, just a little bit past these walls. Just aim straight up, and you can get this hook shot location. So yeah, boss key for Water Temple has to be like, it has to be in that spike room. That's interesting. That's like the, well, it could be in the spike room, it could also be in the room where you have to like usually dive to get past the fish, or the stingrays. That room just requires some specific routing. Once you get a memorization of all the silver rubies, that one goes pretty simple. This one, I'm just gonna get all of them at the same time and then just do a random spin attack and hope for the best. And usually it goes a little bit faster in trying to fight one of them at a time. So yeah, my thought process now is like, now that I've kind of deciphered what the seed wants me to do for Water Temple, the idea now is, like, we find our long shot for Water Temple, so we can go beat it while we get the boss key, get our Zelda's Lullaby, and then go find the hammer for Fire Temple. So this room's fairly straightforward. Just jump down here, use the bow. There's like a couple of spots like right here by this pillar where you can just hit both eyes at the same time. And then once you get this chest, you can bypass needing Scarecrow Song by just voiding out. And you just spawn up at the top. Oh, come on now. Alright, so we haven't found anything yet, besides keys, and a couple of junk items. So, GTG normally has 9 keys inside of it. And the middle chest in this room would normally require a hammer, but there is a trick to get it without it. I will show you that as soon as I get finished with this keys. Luna is awake for now. Are you feeling better? Hopefully so. Just another small key. So with this chest, normally you have to use a hammer to get this switch out of the way, and then there's like this big statue thing, and then there's a switch underneath of it. You can actually see it just a little bit. But the way this flame ring is centered around this chest, if you kind of like, if you roll through it, you can get the iframes to like grab the chest. Let's see. There we go. And now we have the thickest nuts. They were roasted on an open fire. But yeah, there's that room. Well, hello there, light arrows. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and grab these, because I have a feeling we're gonna need to go in the toilet. Just have a feeling. Feeling slightly better, been sleeping most of the day. Ooh. So while GTG, or Gerudo Training Grounds, has the light arrows, depending on the settings that you play in, light arrows isn't always like the item, the major item that is way the hero. And the reason for that is because whenever you go to Ganon's castle, usually Ganon will tell you where the light arrows are at. So then you won't even have to guess. You'll know where to go. Then it's just a matter of what kind of items you need to get to it. In this case, we just got lucky. They're right here. So we're gonna go up here real quick. And then jump down to this platform. And boom. Alright, so now that we have access to that side room, we're going to use those blocks to grab the 2 chests up here, thus saving us 2 keys. And we don't even have to save skill this. Awesome. Alright, 5 keys. So in the back of my head, I'm going to keep track of like how many keys I have. Alright, so we got ourselves a piece of heart. Actually, you know what? While I'm here, let's just go ahead and do toilet room. Because I'll show, like, a somewhat fast way to do it. Oh! Almost fell off. Alright. So everyone's dreaded room. The toilet. So, it's like hard required. You can't do this without Song of Time anyways. But what you can do here is a little trick where, while you're swimming, if you hold down the Z target button, obviously you don't want to like grab a ledge or anything, and then put on your iron boots, you'll still swim, but you'll be sinking. And you can kind of use this to like maneuver your way around while sinking. And one neat little trick about this room is that this bypasses, like having the iron boots on bypasses the current in the, whatchamacallit, the current in the room, so you're not getting forced all over the place. So like, without the iron boots, I get pushed around. Like, I can't swim backwards, but if I put the iron boots on, I can immediately swim backwards. But yeah. That makes that room a little bit faster, and you can also use it to make Water Temple a little bit faster too. So that's how you do it, yep. You just hold down Z target. The key is you have to make sure that you're constantly swimming. The second you stop moving the control stick, you can't move again. Unless you take the boots off. So that's just the only thing to it. But that helps out a lot with like maneuvering around Water Temple in that room. There we go! Strength 2! Alright, so we can actually do more of this location. So usually what I'll do here is I already put lights down just because I found them there. But they're strength 2. You could call them silver gauntlets. It doesn't really matter. I just call them strength 2, so that way, if I call them silvers, it's not like calling them silver skull or anything like that, and it's not confusing. But yeah, we got that out of the way. So now, we can actually full clear this area. And my one rule about way the hero locations is, if at all possible, you full clear your way of the hero locations. You don't save that for like later if you need to or anything like that. Like, if you can get it done, get it done. Because the worst thing you could do is like find a major item in a way of the hero location, immediately dip out of that location, and then realize 30 minutes later that you forgot another item there. Reminds me of the Oracle call-out debate. Oh yes, the Deku shield. Alright, so we almost have enough keys to get through the maze. But I'm gonna check this back room here. So we're just gonna circle around a bit. No big deal. Oh, we got hit by a ball. Sad. Oh, I guess if you ever want to do, like, the hook shotless version of this room, you can kind of go over here. And then just side hop over this fire. I've never done that room hook shotless. I don't think I ever will. I never really have a reason to. Just because that trick's never really... I guess it's in logic with, like, hell mode. But I don't think there's ever really going to be, like, a hell mode in like, standard settings randomizer. Unless you're doing, like, random settings leak. Alright, another slingshot. That's not way the hero. We found a slingshot ages ago. Oh, we getting huge. Alright. I'm gonna turn that light down just a bit more. Actually, let's turn it down all the way. There we go. Yes. Ideally, you need 7 keys to get access to all the chests in the maze. So long as you have the Song of Time. There are 9 keys total within the dungeon. But there are also some treasure chests within the maze. So there is a very good chance that we'll have our 7 that we need. There should be 3 keys left over here. Alright. So fast way up here, just hook shot the fence. You can climb up it like that. Yep, there's another key. So now we have all the keys we need to get to the main chest in the center. Alright. Gonna keep going through here. Oh no, Neighbor's Love. So that is a junk item. It's not needed ever to be the scene. Unless you want to do glitches. There we go! We got a long shot. Nice. And this is, like I said, just because you found one major item inside of a Way the Hero location doesn't mean you should just skip it entirely. Full clear that thing. Otherwise, I would have ran off to go do Spirit Temple thinking Strength 2 was Way of the Hero. I would have been in Spirit Temple for 15-20 minutes. I would have been running all over the place, and then like half an hour later, 45 minutes later, I would have realized, oh shit, there's a little bit left of GTG to do. It has bit me in the ass a lot. Now, to be fair, there's still a little bit of Bomb of the Well that I have left to do. But the reason why I left Bomb of the Well whenever I did is because I literally had no other access to the other chests in there. I still don't have Zelda's Lullaby, and I got Explosives a while back. So, what I'm going to do here is, like, to be on the safe side, I'm going to keep Lights and Strength 2 on the list, but I'm also going to put Long Shot. So what that tells me now is that, if I'm reading this seed correctly, Water Temple should be immediately completable, which is what we're going to go ahead and do. Now, in some randomizers, the scene might expect you to, let's say, the scene might expect you to have a Zora tunic before you go into Water Temple, or have a fire or a Goron tunic before you go into Fire Temple. Now with scrub settings and in Season 5 tournament settings, there are tricks enabled that will basically put it in logic for you to do Water Temple without a tunic and Fire Temple without a tunic, for the most part. So in our case here, what we're going to do is use our newly acquired Slingshot to get down to the bottom. Now you could sink down very slowly with the iron boots, or you could take your Slingshot, grab this torch, and it'll take you down here real fast. And from here, now we don't have access to Zelda's Lullaby, so we can't change the water level at all. This effectively gives us 2, maybe 3 checks in this entire place. One of them being in here. So if you have magic, this room's a lot faster because the hitbox for the spin attack is bigger. But essentially, you like from this here, run over to this area and just start spin attacking like mad. If you can get the timing right, you can kill all of them in one swing. Alright, small key. Actually, there's another chest we can get here. So I'm going to show you all another trick. This one may not be in logic, but what we're going to do is we're going to take our bomb shoe. We're going to go back into this doorway. We're going to pull out a bomb shoe. We're going to wait until like the 4th flash. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shield drop it. And if you hear that, that means you got the alert. So, that alone isn't enough. You also need iron boots and a hook shot in order to get a chest that's underwater. So you just hook shot the chest, mash the A button, another small key. So what we're going to do here is now we have 2 small keys. I'm going to save. And this is where save scumming comes in. So now that I have 2 small keys, that basically gets me access to anything inside the dungeon that I would need without Zelda's Lullaby. So first things first, I'm gonna check this room down here on the right-hand side, on the 2nd floor, because you can get this check without Zelda's Lullaby. It's just tedious because you have these little guys in the way. Like, you could swim all the way up to the top, but I find it's a little bit simpler and less insane to just kill them. Alright, and then from here, there's a little trick where you can, like, roll through the column of water to get this chest. Let's see if I get it. Nope, I bonked. There we go. There's our boss king. So, we did not need Zelda's Lullaby at all for this dungeon. From here, you could just save warp back to the entrance. Easy peasy. With 2 keys, I could have went to get the boss key chest. I could have got Dark Link. I could have got Beyond the River. I could have got the Dragon chest. But in order to get 2 keys in here, I had to break logic. So more than likely, that boss key was going to be on that chest that I just got. I forget that I could save warp in Blasphemous, but I did use it for the 3-hour trophy. Save warping in this game is a godsend. So there is a quick kill for Goma. It requires like good positioning and like good timing on the hook shot. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. I didn't get it that time. I'm gonna have to practice that. But regardless, what you can do is, there isn't a limit to how many times you hookshot Orpha. Like, you can just keep doing this, and he'll stay up here on the floor. So you just get him back here in this corner, slash him, jump slash, and start crouch stabbing. And you put him in the corner. You put Morpha in the timeout corner. Alright, so that's it. 5 medallions down. So, like, we've gone through our dungeons. We still have...
Why you bullying me?
Why you bullying me? We're fairly certain we're going to get Ocarina of Time on a Nocturne check. We still have to check Hyrule Castle Way of the Hero, because we haven't been able to do that at all. So, ideally, we find Hammer in that fairy fountain. And from that point, we use that hammer to go complete Fire Temple, and then we go to Ganon's castle and we beat the game. Okay. We still, unfortunately, do not have a fast way to get, like, anywhere in this scene. Kinda sucks. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, the check is right here. I'm gonna do it. There's our magic! That was not hinted at all. Or I just didn't find the Gossip Stone for it. But now that's one less thing we gotta find to fight Ganon. We have the bow, we have magic, we have light arrows. So yeah, usually whenever I beat Water Temple, that's the first thing I'll do, is shoot the sun to see what it is. Unless it's already hinted. So I think the faster way to... I don't know, this might be faster to get to Kakariko Village. I don't know yet. It might have been faster just to take Epona. But yeah, the idea is to go to Kakariko Village, get our Nocturne check, and then from there, at this point, it has to be Zelda's Lullaby. And then we'll go back to Child, we'll go check Hyrule Castle, see what item it gives us, and then from there, basically take a guess as to what we need to do. If it's Hammer, the logic is pretty straightforward. We just need to go beat Volulgia. If it's anything else, we basically follow the logic of what that item would unlock for us. Yeah, let's go up here. There we go. Yeah, it might have been like slightly faster to run through Hyrule Field with Epona. I'd have to time this to see what would have been faster. And of course, if you get hit by the stone, guess it doesn't matter. Oh. And of course, I failed Zelda's Lullaby again. Okay. So now we go back to being a child. I'm not even gonna bother with 20 gold Skulltula tokens right now, because I still have a Way of the Hero to go check. And if I'm lucky, if it's Hammer, that's it. GG's game. So a lot of that, at this point, we're kind of in the end game. I haven't really, I haven't really typed anything down for the mid game or for the end game. But one important piece for both mid game and end game play is try your best not to get distracted. This might be a dumb question, but does Epona also reincarnate, or is it a different horse that is just always called Epona? It's just a different horse that's always called Epona. Where am I going? Yeah, it's just a different horse that's always called Epona. Like Link and Zelda, for a majority of the games, are always different people that are called Link and Zelda. They're just reincarnations. I guess the spirit of Epona might reincarnate, but it's definitely different horses. But yeah, as I was saying, like, mid and end game, the key is to, like, try not to get distracted by full clearing locations that haven't really been hinted, or, like, completely neglecting your dungeons or your Way of the Hero locations. So, like, say you have access to Forest Temple and you can beat it and it's a medallion, don't waste time. Like, say you're in Kakariko Village and you're finishing up some Kakariko Village stuff, sure, go ahead, clean up Kakariko Village, do all that good stuff. But once you get finished with that, make a game plan to go straight to Forest Temple and, like, check stuff on the way, but the destination should be that dungeon. Same with Way of the Heroes. Alright, so, moment of truth, we're about to find out what this game wants us to do. Because this is the only check in Hyrule Castle in this setting. There we go, we got a hammer. So now we're officially in Go mode. Go mode is whenever you either know or have all the items to beat the game. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Alright, so I can literally just save warp from here. And it puts us right back into, right outside of Temple of Time. And we go finish up Fire Temple because we already have the boss key from there. And then we go kill Ganon. Bonk! Like, Geralt always calls all of his horses Roach, mostly because he goes through so many and is too lazy to come up with different names. Geralt also prefers female stallions, since they are more easy to train. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that about Roach. I figured Roach was just the same horse. That's interesting. Oh, that's a good pop. So, like, in Epona's case, Epona is supposed to be like this super wild stallion that is impossible to train unless you know Epona's song. Now, we don't really have a fast way to Fire Temple, so we kind of have to make a fast way. And in this case, it's Minuetta Forest. When in doubt, just try to lay out a path of like what warp songs you have and how those warp songs could be applied to get you to the locations faster. Like, Minuet's okay if you're going to places like Zora's River or Goron City or anything like that, because once you get into Lost Woods, you can just warp to those straight away. Alright, so through Kakiri Forest into Lost Woods, into Goron City, and then straight into Death Mountain Crater. It's a shame I never found my mirror shield, because I like how the mirror shield looks in this this package. since I was playing with like the normal generator, I decided to go with like a cosmetic package that basically made everything royal blue or some sort of combination of royal blue. So while we do not have the tunic, or the Goron tunic for Fire Temple, I am perfectly comfortable fighting Volvolgia at 11 hearts. There is a trick that you can do to kind of speed up the Volvolgia fight. I'm going to try my best to execute the trick properly. Can't make any guarantees, but it involves using bombs. So basically how you do this... Well, first I should show you the trick to actually get over there without hover boots. So what you do here is come up against this wall. Face over here, you're going to jump forward, and then try your best to, like, jump up against here, against the wall, and hold, like, a little bit over to the left whenever you jump. And for some reason, like, your jumps go a little bit further whenever you're against the wall, and you'll just barely have enough distance to grab that ledge. It's also implied that if Witcher horses live long enough, they can sense magic and distinguish different types of magic. Normal horses can never learn to detect magic? Huh, that's interesting. So, quick kill on Volvolgia. This hole that Volvolgia goes down to, if you put a bomb specifically like in this little corner here, you could do damage to Volvolgia's second hitbox. So the idea is you do a power crouch stab with your hammer, and then you keep stabbing to apply hammer damage to Volvolgia. But you don't damage it. Instead, you just damage it via the bombs. That might have been enough. No, it wasn't enough. I think I was one bomb short. But essentially, I've done a ton of damage to Volvolgia already. And then if it flies and tries to spit fire at you, one shot with the bow is enough to, like, stop that. So pull your hammer out again, jump slash, do crouch stabs with your sword, wait until Whack-A-Mo pops back up, crouch stab, and then jump slash. Now, if you do that fast kill properly with enough bombs, you can get it to the point to where Volvolgia never flies up in the air. She literally just pops up, and with enough bombs, you just whack her, do a jump slash, kill her. But that's it. We have all the medallions, we have everything we need to go kill Ganon. Easy peasy. So I guess what I could do is, once I get finished with this randomizer scene, I could like play through part of another one to kind of go over the routing, like the beginning routing for that as well. If enough people are interested in it. I might just take like a quick 5-minute break to go pee-pee. Alright, so we don't have a fast way to get back to Hyrule Field. Or actually, I should say Hyrule Castle. Ganon's castle. So we're gonna have to hoof it back. Should probably eat as well though. Oh, I ate before this. I ate half a pizza. Because I figured, like, if I was gonna take a randomizer seed step by step, it would probably take a while. This seed was fairly straightforward. There's definitely other seeds that you could do where, like, the logic could get really screwy and complicated. The one thing I could see people getting stuck at here is if they went into Gerudo Training Grounds, and the first thing they found was that Strength 2 in the toilet room, and immediately thought, oh shit, I gotta go to Spirit Temple for something. But yeah, never had to turn in 20 skulls or anything like that. Fairly simple. I felt like I showed a decent number of tricks in this seed as well. Not all the tricks I know, but a decent amount. But yeah, some of it's also just movement and execution too, and stuff like that just comes with practice. Like practicing the game enough to become comfortable with performing those tricks without like failing it 5 or 6 times in a row. And it's usually better to take those tricks slow at first. Like I said earlier, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So we've had access to Ganon's Castle since we beat Forest Temple. Thankfully, we did not have to dip Ganon's Castle for any of our items. And then, like, for those of you that got in here a little bit earlier, or a little bit later, or wasn't able to, like, watch the entire seed, I could always throw this up on YouTube, too. But yeah, don't need to do anything else here. Just go straight up Ganon's Tower, beat the crap out of him. What I will do though is go ahead and get my items ready. So I usually take a bottle, nuts, and light arrows. Oh, you just got here? No worries, Matryoshka. I'm actually thinking of running another seed after this. I'll probably just take like 5 minutes to like go grab a drink and go to the restroom. And I'll just roll another seed with this setting and start playing that. And kind of go over my process with how I would start that seed up. That way, if anybody like came in a little bit late, you're not like lost in the sauce. And I tried to take this seed as slow as I could to explain stuff, and I just realized I'm at Ganon's Castle in 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm sorry. So yeah, power crouch stabs. Beautiful thing. Usually what I do with these Stalfos is whenever you hit them, there's like a split second where they like lower their shield down to see if they're gonna like try to hit you again. And you can take that opportunity to like do another crouch stab on them. And if you get the timing down, you can kill Stalfos pretty fast with it. Alright, let's see if I can get the quick kills on these girls. And I'm gonna get her hearts too. Yo, welcome back, sub. So the idea with the Iron Knuckles, they will not attack you until you hit them. Like, I can walk up to it and it won't do anything to me. So, like, their attack patterns kind of leave them open at their foot, their left foot. So I kind of want to get, like, right here and then start doing crouch stabs. Ooh, gotta be careful whenever they block that attack, though. So ideally, that's what you do. Sometimes I rush it and then end up in a wrong position and get myself killed. Their hitbox, like their heart bots, is fairly forgiving though. So like, so long as you're fairly close enough to touch them, your sword attack should hit. And I just back walk and side hop up this. Alright, Ganon time. And of course, this would be the hint that you would see for the light arrows. Now, in some settings, this can be turned completely off. But more often than not, he's going to tell you like what region the light arrows are at. So if you see like away the hero location and you see that it's light arrows, still check that stuff, because depending on the settings, light arrows might not necessarily be way the hero. Alright, run forward, use the bottle because it has absurdly long hitbox. And the timing for that, even with powered crouch stabs with the Master Sword, it takes 10 hits to take out Ganondorf. But if you do it with the right timing, you stun him just long enough to get another attack in. And the timing is like, if you see Ganon's, like, his head is down, and as he's tilting it back up, whenever it's at, like, about the 45-degree angle, you do another stab. And you just keep doing that, and so long as you get the timing, you can just hit him infinitely. It's funny because I can get the timing down with Ganondorf, but I can't get that timing down with Bongo Bongo, and it drives me nuts. So for the Ganon fight, there's two phases. The first phase, you lose your Master Sword, and like every attack you do deals like 1 damage to it, or to Ganon. And this is where the powered crouch stabs come in. So if you notice, I just did a jump slash before the cutscene started. Poke his sides to death. So I did a jump slash before I went to the cutscene to store the Master Sword jump slash damage, because that does way more than 1 damage to Ganon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace my bottle with a hammer that can also be crouch stabbed. So I roll under. Roll through. And boom. Instead of taking 10 hits to beat Ganon, it only needs 3. So second phase, you get your sword back. This time it takes 5 crouch stabs, I believe. Well, 5 hits with jump slash damage. I think phase 1 Ganon has 10 HP, and then phase 2 Ganon has 20 HP. Oh my dog! But yeah, that's a fairly straightforward scene, so I don't mind like running another one. But yeah, I will take a bit of a body break. I'm gonna get me something to drink, maybe a quick snack. Should take no more than like 5 or 6 minutes, and then I'll be right back.